Hey guys, tonight we're stepping into a Victorian bedroom, not the kind with romantic lace and flickering candlelight you see in costume dramas, but the real thing, stuffy, airless, faintly moldy, and heavy with the scent of bodies, linens, and secrets. You're lying in a creaky four-poster bed, surrounded by thick drapes meant to keep out the London chill, but doing an even better job of trapping in you. You've worn the same chemise for 5 days, and your corset hasn't been off since last Sunday's church service. A perfumed sachet dangles near the pillow, clove and lavender barely holding the line. You shift your weight and catch a whiff of your own armpit. It smells like old lemons and panic. This was normal. Bathing in this era wasn't a daily refresh, but a ritualized ordeal, and often a luxury. You're not poor, but the house doesn't have plumbing, and water must be boiled by hand. You get one full body bath a month. Maybe. If the weather's nice. If no one's sick. If your period isn't due. Otherwise, you're expected to make do with cloths, powders, and hope. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know where you're listening from and what time it is where you are. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You begin your morning surrounded by velvet curtains and a lingering scent of yesterday's sweat. The maid comes in with lukewarm tea and a cautious sniff. She's not judging. She smells too. But she is clocking the state of your bed sheets. You haven't changed them in 2 weeks. That's normal. Sheets are expensive. Washing takes days. You sit up slowly, the stiffness in your neck only slightly worse than the stickiness in your underarms. Your chemise has absorbed most of your nightly perspiration. That's what it's for. It's your human sponge. Never mind that it hasn't been laundered since last Sunday. Your chamber pot stares at you from under the bed. The room smells of chamber pot. The fire is long gone out, and the moisture of London creeps into your bones and fabrics. Your wool stockings are damp before you even stand up. You reach for your dressing robe. It's thick and lined with fur, because the house is cold, always cold, but it's also vaguely sour-smelling. It hasn't been washed in, well, you're not quite sure. That's all right. You dab a bit of rose water onto the sleeves. Victorians prized cleanliness, but more in theory than in practice. Moral cleanliness, spiritual cleanliness, the actual physical scrubbing part? That came second or third. There were fears about opening the skin's pores too often. Some doctors even claimed frequent washing could weaken the constitution or encourage sinful behavior. So instead of bathing, you layer linens, underthings, corsets, petticoats. Each layer catches a bit of grime and odor. The theory? By the time it reaches the surface, your stink will be sufficiently filtered, or at least masked. Like a very slow, very itchy air purifier. You walk toward the window. It's foggy outside, classic London pea soup. Chimney smoke curls past the panes. You crack the sash for air and immediately regret it. Coal smoke, horse dung, and fish market tang rush in. You slam it shut again. Maybe your bedroom doesn't smell so bad after all. You take a moment to powder your face. Not for beauty, though it helps, but for scent. Rice powder mixed with orris root and violet essence. You sneeze. The dust settles onto your collar and shoulders, giving you a faint floral aura. It won't last. Downstairs, the parlor is no better. Upholstery hold smells like grudges. You sit on a damask chair that last saw a proper beating back in spring. The cushion exhales when you shift, releasing a soft cloud of ancient dust and dog hair. You pat behind your ears with a homemade lavender tincture. You chew a clove, not because it's pleasant, it isn't, but because it's powerful. Your breath now smells like spicy earth instead of yesterday's mutton pie. Progress. Historians still argue whether Victorian people truly noticed the pervasive body odors around them, or whether their noses simply adapted. Olfactory fatigue, they call it. When you're constantly surrounded by certain smells, you stop registering them. Like the way you don't notice your own perfume after 10 minutes. But then a guest arrives. A woman in a walking dress stained faintly at the hem, with perspiration blooming under her arms, and a lavender-soaked handkerchief pressed politely to her nose. You both pretend. You both smile. You both understand. No one speaks of the stench. That would be vulgar. Instead, you compliment her gloves. The gloves, by the way, are goat leather, powdered with orris and sewn shut when not worn to keep them from molding. They smell faintly of mildew and soap. And that, dear listener, is where we begin. A world that feared dirt, but feared nudity more, that prized virtue over vinegar, and used perfume not to enhance beauty, but to survive. You are not entirely thrilled that today is bath day. It comes around only once a month. Like a terrible lunar cycle, you dread more than your courses. And yet, here it is again. The house is abuzz in a quiet kind of dread. Your maid, poor Eliza, has been heating water for hours already, lugging it up 2 narrow flights of stairs, bucket by bucket, careful not to slosh and soak the carpets. It's not just the labor, it's the smell. The copper tub hasn't been scrubbed since your sister's turn last week. She was generous with her rose water, and by generous, we mean she tried to drown the stench of mutton broth with 6 drops of floral oil and a prayer. You sit on the edge of the bed, watching steam curl lazily from the metal basin. It's tepid already. The bath is in your bedroom, naturally. There's no separate washroom in the house. The family's not quite poor, but not plumbing rich either. And anyway, you wouldn't want to bathe too often. That's for the French. Or the desperate. You know what they say. Overbathing causes madness, or melancholy, or infertility. Depends on who you ask. So you strip slowly, shivering despite the summer air. The fire has long since gone out, and your flesh prickles against the draft. You wince as your chemise peels away, slightly damp, slightly stiff, slightly lemon-scented. You haven't quite mastered the wash only the bits that matter technique yet, though you're trying. The water is more brown than clear. That's not dirt exactly. It's just life. A bit of smoke residue. Maybe some soot from the fireplace. Bits of dried herbs Eliza tossed in for good measure. Calendula, or what she claimed was calendula. It could have been hay. You try not to stare. You step in and lower yourself inch by inch, trying to avoid touching the sides. Impossible. Copper is cruel in July. It holds heat like a grudge, and then releases it in a long, angry hiss as your skin meets metal. You let out a hiss too, but more from the indignity of it all. There is a sponge. You don't trust it. You reach instead for a square of flannel cloth dipped in vinegar. It stings. That's a good sign, you think. Means it's doing something. You dab at your underarms, your neck, behind your ears. You skip the legs. You haven't had your petticoat off in days. And they're probably fine. Probably. Victorian women often bathed in stages. You did your top bits today. Maybe your bottom bits on Thursday, if time allowed. Full immersion? That was excessive, reserved for illness, or scandal, or both. Historians still argue whether the average woman in your station, respectable but not aristocratic, truly believed cleanliness equaled godliness, or whether she simply feared social reprisal. Smell too strong and you're labeled slovenly. Bathe too often and they suspect you're a loose woman. Somewhere between the two lies a delicate balance. Don't stink, but don't try too hard not to stink either. Your hair is another matter entirely. We'll get to that. Not today. Hair days are their own hell. You lie back, trying not to float. You keep your knees pulled in modestly, though you're alone. Victorian modesty is a reflex, not a choice. Even when naked, you try not to feel naked. Eliza knocks once, then enters without waiting. She brings you a small cloth soaked in lavender water. You hold it to your face and breathe through your mouth. The trick is not to fight the smell. Just blend with it. She lays out your drying gown, a thick flannel robe that has not been washed since Easter, but smells faintly of camphor. You'll wear it for the next hour, maybe two, while your body reabsorbs its own dampness. No one dries properly. That's part of the charm. Later, your clothes go on layer by layer. Chemise, corset, petticoats, stockings. Every piece traps a little of the day's humidity, forming a sponge system that both soaks and stores. Your corset, whalebone, and cotton smells like your mother's attic. You lace tight, careful not to tug too hard on the stays. Last time, you bruised a rib. You pass by the hall mirror and try not to look. You're glowing, but not in a dewy romantic way. More like damp laundry. You hear the clatter of the dinner bell downstairs. Roast beef tonight. Heavy gravy. You'll need to chew cloves afterward to disguise it. The bath wasn't refreshing, exactly. But it was transitional. A ritual more than a cleansing. You still don't feel clean, not truly, but you feel prepared. That counts for something. Tomorrow, you'll sprinkle violet powder on your sheets and pray it works. You wake up smelling yourself, not all at once. It's subtle, a kind of sour warmth clinging to your neck, a musky sweetness nestled in the crooks of your arms, the faintest trace of roast beef caught in your pillowcase. The lavender sachet that lives by your head has long given up. Its scent was never designed to battle human persistence. But that's all right. You've got reinforcements. You shuffle to your vanity, trailing your dressing robe like a cape of quiet resignation. The wood creaks under your slippers. Light pours in reluctantly through the lace curtains. It's not foggy today, but you're not optimistic. Fresh air is more idea than reality in London. On the vanity, powders, tinctures, bottles, puffs, brushes. This is your arsenal. You select the Odors root powder, the one with the faint lilac label and the floral smell that masks exactly nothing but adds a sweet top note to the existing mess. You dust it generously along your collarbone and under your arms. Then a second layer, this time with lavender and a hint of starch, to cling to fabric and skin like a fragrant armor. Your body becomes a palimpsest of scent. Underarm vinegar, lavender powder, yesterday's lemon dab, the ghost of last month's bath. You don't eliminate odor. You layer over it until it behaves. You lean in close to the mirror. Your skin looks fine, rosy from last night's roast, and the lingering steam of yesterday's tub, but your eyes are tired. You dab cold rose water under them and pat dry with a linen square that smells faintly of starch and boredom. Your maid appears with a question. Shall she air the underthings or simply perfume them? You sigh. Perfume them. It's faster. Besides, the window sticks in the summer, and you don't want to struggle. You sit for your hair routine. We'll get into the horror of that soon, but for now, you dust a little patchouli near your temples. It helps with headaches, or at least, it's supposed to. The scent is earthy, bitter, and strangely comforting, like wet soil after rain. Today, you're venturing out. The market is no place for subtlety. You open your accessory drawer and pull out your handkerchief, the one you've stuffed with cloves, dried mint, and a drop of bergamot oil. It's your secret shield. In crowded places, you'll press it gently to your nose and breathe through its clean lie. Historians still argue about how effective these perfume kerchiefs really were. Some insist they merely masked the smell of open sewers and unwashed bodies. Others claim they served as a class signal, an olfactory status symbol, proving you had both time and budget to waste on aromatics. Either way, you never leave home without one. You descend the stairs slowly, layers swishing, skirts brushing against woodwork thick with coal dust. The hallway smells of wax and damp wool, your brother's shoes, and yesterday's mutton. You slip your handkerchief up to your face reflexively. Out the front door, into the world. The street hits you like a slap. Horse dung, chimney smoke, the oily tang of fried eels from the vendor 3 doors down. A dog barks. A child yells. Your nostrils scream. But you've trained for this. You breathe in, through the cloves. The market is chaos. Piled cabbages, fish on crushed ice, a vendor shouting about strawberries. Someone's goat has defecated too close to the bread stand. The clamor swells around you, but the handkerchief stays firm against your face, your quiet little rebellion against the world. You pass another woman, similar age, similar class, similar expression of forced serenity. You nod politely. She has violet powder streaked at her neckline and a glint of lemon oil behind one ear. You both smell exactly the same, and for a moment, it feels like community. Victorian perfumery wasn't subtle. Civet, musk, ambergris, ingredients harvested from glands and intestines of animals, exotic, powerful, often horrifying. But they clung, and sometimes that's all that mattered. The alternative was smelling like everyone else. Raw. You stop at the apothecary to restock. A small bottle of essence of lavender, a paper cone of powdered iris root, and, as a treat, a vial of heliotrope oil. It smells like almond cake and sweet glue. You're not sure you love it. You'll wear it anyway. Back home, you collapse into your bedroom like a soggy rag. The sweat has collected under your stays, pooling where you can't reach. You unlatch your corset with shaking fingers and peel away the day's labor. The scent underneath is familiar now, less embarrassing than it used to be. More like home. You take a seat on the edge of the bed, the springs sighing beneath you. It's time to face the truth you've been sitting on, quite literally, for several days now. Your underwear hasn't been washed since, well, since the last bath. Maybe before that. But don't worry, no one's has. In the Victorian age, underclothes weren't designed for frequent laundering. They were meant to protect your outer garments from sweat and body oils, but not to be washed after every use. That would have been impractical, wasteful, possibly even dangerous, depending on which health pamphlet you subscribe to. You begin the slow ritual of undressing. First, the overskirt, then the petticoats. 3 today. None of them particularly light. The underlayers cling to your thighs like damp parchment. You peel them off carefully, grimacing slightly at the sound. Then the corset, unlaced with effort and mild regret. You're never sure if removing it is a relief or a betrayal. Your rib cage expands. Your waist protests. Something in your spine cracks gently in gratitude. Finally, the underthings. The chemise is yellowed under the arms and faintly stiff at the bust. There are small stains, and the lace trim has collected the dust of the day. Your drawers, split at the crotch, as per fashion, are not particularly fresh either, but at least they're still mostly dry. That's the line you cling to. Victorian underwear wasn't washed daily. It couldn't be. Soap was expensive. Water was labor. And drying clothes in damp weather took days, sometimes weeks, without proper ventilation. Instead, underthings were aired out nightly, misted with rosewater or vinegar, and folded neatly for rewear. So you follow suit. You hang your chemise by the fire, mist it with lavender water, and turn it inside out. That counts. The drawers are aired on a wooden rack behind the screen. You dust them lightly with orris powder, because even shame smells better when floral. Historians still argue whether this method actually worked, or if Victorian women were simply noseblind to their own funk. There's some debate about class lines, too. Whether wealthier households had the staff to support more frequent laundry, or whether all social strata suffered equally beneath their petticoats. The truth likely lies somewhere in between. But most sources agree. Underwear was more symbolic than sanitary. Your new chemise is folded in the drawer, crisp and white. You look at it, then close the drawer again. It's not that time yet. Besides, there's something oddly comforting about the smell of yourself. Not pleasant, not fragrant, but known. And in a world of uncertain weather, rigid expectations, and unspoken rules about women's bodies, known is something. You pull on a new overskirt, well, new to this week, and dust it with starch and a dab of lemon oil at the hem. People will notice hems. They won't ask about your drawers. You hope. As you bend to button your boots, the faintest whiff of aged leather and foot powder rises up. You ignore it. Everyone ignores it. It's part of the tapestry. You recall your mother's advice, given in a whisper over tea: a lady must never smell of effort. You weren't sure what that meant at the time. You're still not sure now. But you suspect it's less about effort and more about denial. You're meant to glide, to glimmer, to give the impression of freshness, not the fact. So you perfume your gloves. You dab lavender behind your knees. You brush talcum across your décolletage. Every inch a performance. And underneath, your faithful, unwashable underthings, clinging to every scent you've collected. They are the ghosts of yesterday, and you'll carry them into tomorrow. You're beginning to accept that your armpits are their own ecosystem. There's no deodorant, not in the modern sense. No stick to swipe, no spray to mist, no promise of 48-hour protection. What you do have is a lemon, a piece of linen, and the vague hope that citrus acid neutralizes odor better than it stings. You sit at your vanity, arms raised awkwardly like a startled bird, and your maid dabs gently at your underarms with half a lemon dipped in bicarbonate of soda. It fizzes slightly. You pretend not to notice the sting. Lemon was a favorite among Victorian women, though its effects were temporary. It cut through grease. It masked odors. It made you feel active, as though something was happening, even if you knew full well it would all return by tea time. You also try vinegar sometimes, or alum powder, or rose water mixed with chalk. Each one a brief flirtation with freshness. Your sleeves will soak it all up anyway. You're wearing a light cotton blouse today, one of your better ones. with pearl buttons and a fine lawn weave that catches light and body odor in equal measure. You slip it on carefully, watching the fabric press flat against your still damp underarms. The lemon scent is faint already. Victorian fashion wasn't made for breathability. That's not what clothing was for. It was a system of insulation and separation, barrier after barrier to protect you from the world and the world from you. Your corset presses everything inward, including moisture, especially moisture. By mid-morning, your sleeves feel heavy. The inner seams are damp, and the lavender sachet you've pinned beneath your right arm is beginning to wilt. That was your secret weapon for today. It's failed you by 10 a.m. You consider changing blouses. Then you remember how long it took to lace your corset this morning and decide no. You'll press a clean handkerchief to your armpit during tea and hope no one notices. Historians still argue whether women of the era truly believed these methods worked, or whether it was all a kind of hygienic theater, a way to pretend, together, that no one sweated, that all those layers somehow absorbed the evidence of your body without judgment. Of course, the reality was very human. One woman's trick involved stuffing sprigs of rosemary or mint into the seams of her bodice. Another kept a sponge, soaked in lavender, pinned inside her stays. There's one particularly strange account of someone tying camphor crystals into a muslin pouch and wearing it under her arm until she fainted at church. The smell, apparently, was cleansing to the body, but cruel to the spirit. You dab on a bit more orris powder. That's what you always return to. It clumps a bit now, catching on the dampness. You fan under your arms with your prayer book. When you step outside, the breeze is a betrayal. It lifts the edge of your collar and sends a wave of sour citrus and warm linen up into your nostrils. You lower your arms quickly, smile politely, pretend your handkerchief is just for show. Later, during tea, your aunt comments that you smell earthy. You nod solemnly, as if this were a compliment. That night, you examine your blouse by candlelight. The underarm stains have deepened to the color of weak tea. You dab them with vinegar, then starch, then a whisper of talcum. They'll fade, or they won't. Either way, the blouse goes back in the drawer. Your chemise is still drying by the fire. You sigh. Tomorrow's lemon will be colder. Your hair has become its own habitat. You sit before the mirror, staring at it, not freshly washed or even damp, just there. Heavy, dull, and glossy in that not quite clean Victorian way. It has been at least a week since the last proper cleansing, which, in your case, meant a rinsing with rainwater and eggs, followed by vigorous combing and a faint smell of poultry for 3 days. Victorian hair care wasn't about daily maintenance. It was about containment, control, the illusion of volume, luster, and purity, without ever introducing soap. You reach for your boar bristle brush. The handle is warm from your touch. The bristles are already faintly slick from previous sessions. That's intentional. The brush doesn't just smooth, it redistributes oil. From the greasy roots down through the parched ends. You brush, and brush, and brush again. Your scalp tingles, not unpleasantly. This ritual takes 20 minutes, sometimes more. You're not brushing to clean, but to polish. Hair oil was considered healthy, natural proof of your womanly vitality. Besides, it helped the hair lay flatter, shine more, and catch less dust. In theory. Your hair is parted straight down the center, pulled back tight, coiled into a modest bun. No loose waves here, no fringe. That's for actresses and widows. You are respectable. That means containment again. In your garments, in your speech, in your hair. Today, though, a few strands escape. You sigh. Perhaps a touch of pomade? You reach for your tin of bear fat and lavender, an utterly normal combination in the 1800s. The bear fat is aged. Rancid, if you're honest. But it still works. You rub a tiny dab between your fingers and smooth it over the strays. Bear fat, lavender, hairbrush oil. Your head now smells like a forest in mourning. Historians still argue whether these hair rituals were acts of hygiene or of social conformity. Some say the obsession with hair, its grooming, its symbolism, its length, was a coded language among women. Others believe it was simply practicality in disguise. Long hair couldn't be washed often, so it had to be maintained like fine furniture, dusted, oiled, displayed. You add a final touch, a ribbon at the nape, perfumed faintly with violet water. It gives you the illusion of freshness. It won't fool anyone in a breeze, but it may distract from what's underneath. You wrap your hair in a thin muslin cloth, a night wrapper to protect your pillowcase. Not for your comfort, for the linens. The pillowcase hasn't been washed in over a fortnight, but let's not be dramatic. Your scalp itches, probably from the starch. You scratch delicately, then pretend you didn't. The room smells like you now. A mix of oil, fabric, starch, and late afternoon sun. The window lets in a ribbon of golden light that settles across your vanity, highlighting dust motes and the faint sheen on your brush bristles. Tomorrow, you'll braid it. Maybe wrap it around your head in a crown. Something secure. Because the real purpose of Victorian hair wasn't to flow freely. It was to be put away. You step into the street, armed with your most essential weapon, not your parasol, not your reticule, but your scented handkerchief. It lives folded neatly in your sleeve, or sometimes tucked into the lace of your glove cuff, a quiet ally in the battle against public air. It's embroidered with your initials in the corner, and lightly stiff with orris root powder, cloves, and a drop of your best bergamot. You unfold it like a lady unsheathing a dagger. The moment you exit your front stoop, the olfactory assault begins. Horse dung, stewing in puddles from last night's rain. Fishmongers hawking slippery eels from buckets. Chimney smoke rolling down the alley in visible curls. Somewhere, someone has spilled gin and onions. Again. You press the handkerchief to your nose and breathe slowly through cotton and cloves. There it is, that quiet cocoon of artificial civility. A tiny cloud of fragrant denial. Victorian women never left home without such protection. The scent blend varied. Some preferred lavender and rosemary, others cinnamon and nutmeg. A few daring souls experimented with camphor or ammonia, allegedly for restorative purposes, though they often just made your eyes water. Historians still argue whether these handkerchiefs were effective as health tools, miasma theory being the dominant belief of the day. If bad smells caused disease, then surrounding yourself with good ones was not just pleasant, it was survival. Some carried vinegar-soaked sponges in lockets. Others dabbed eau de cologne on their pulse points and hoped the plague didn't notice. You stop at the dressmaker's for a fitting. The room smells faintly of starch, old pins, and warm muslin. Madame Leclerc adjusts your bodice with a pin between her teeth and murmurs, "A little snug under the arms, perhaps?" You laugh politely. She's being generous. Your armpits are reservoirs of silent despair, padded with lemon juice, powdered starch, and sheer willpower. You shift uncomfortably. The fabric squeaks slightly. You offer her a small smile, and she dabs a bit of rosewater behind your ear, like a benediction. Back on the street, the handkerchief returns, a lifeline. You see other women doing the same, gloved hands, fluttering toward their noses in practiced choreography. One woman passes with a handkerchief laced in heliotrope and peppermint. Another clutches one soaked in violet water and what smells like rum. You begin to notice the hierarchy of scent. Those with heavier musk notes usually ride in carriages, wealth cloaked in ambergris and sandalwood. The citrusy ones take the omnibus. Sharp peppermint and vinegar, likely working girls trying not to faint in a crowd. Your own blend, a touch of clove, bergamot, and orris, marks you somewhere in the middle. Respectable, restrained, and slightly spicy. Just like you'd hoped. By afternoon, the handkerchief is a little damp from repeated use. The scent has faded, mingled with breath and outside air, but you still carry it like a badge. Back home, you lay it flat on the vanity to dry. It leaves a faint ghost of clove on the lace runner. You'll reuse it tomorrow. Maybe dust it with powdered violet, or steam it over boiling water and start again. Because while the world outside may reek of fish, coal, and fear, you have your scented square of denial. And sometimes, that's enough. You fasten your corset with the delicate precision of someone diffusing a bomb made of linen and pride. One hook at a time. One cautious pull of the stays. Not too tight, you still need to breathe enough to appear conscious, but tight enough to hold everything in. Not just your waistline, your entire presence. Because once that corset is on, nothing escapes. Least of all, the stench. You don't talk about it with other women, not directly, but everyone knows. Corsets didn't just reshape your figure, they trapped the scent of days-long exertion, stale powder, underarm vinegar, and the occasional forgotten herb sachet, all neatly compressed beneath busks and whalebones. By noon, you're your own miniature greenhouse. The corset's lining is cotton, but it hasn't been washed since possibly March? You can't recall. That's normal. If you washed it too often, it would warp, or worse, rot. You air it occasionally, sometimes, if you remember. So now, as you move through the drawing room, every step releases the slow fermentation of your body into the world, trapped for hours, warmed by wool skirts and pressed flat against your skin. It doesn't waft, it seeps. You try to distract yourself by sitting up very straight and sipping weak tea. The room smells like damp velvet, old books, and your aunt's overpowering violet cologne, which only seems to emphasize what it's trying to hide. You shift in your chair. The corset groans slightly, as though it too is exhausted. Historians still argue whether Victorian corsets were symbols of repression or liberation, or simply structural deodorants with bonus back support. Some claim women laced so tightly they lost consciousness in crowded rooms, not from lack of breath, but from their own aroma caught in a fabric death loop. You remember reading one account of a young woman who fainted during a music hall. Her mother later blamed emotional delicacy. The maid blamed sweat and camphor trapped under a brocade bodice for 5 hours. You believe the maid. You excuse yourself and slip into the hallway. There, in a moment of defiance, you unhook just one clasp. The exhale is immediate. The air rushes out of you along with a puff of warm, fabric-filtered odor that smells faintly of starch, lemon, and honest exhaustion. You dab your chest with a bit of rose cologne and rehook the clasp. No one will know. Back in the drawing room, A man comments on the delicate scent of your gloves. You smile and say thank you. You don't tell him your corset smells like last week's panic attack. That's part of the magic. Corsets weren't just shapewear, they were fragrance containment units. And you, my dear, are sealed tighter than a Victorian jam jar. Your hands tremble slightly as you uncap the little porcelain jar. Inside, a pale cream with the scent of violets and faint metal. This is your latest indulgence, a skin-softening hand balm infused with mercury. You know it tingles a bit when applied. You tell yourself, that's a sign it's working. The chemist promised it would lighten freckles, smooth out rough patches, and leave your hands soft enough to rival a duchess's. It also gives you headaches. You rub it in anyway, palms upward, letting the cream settle into your knuckles and between your fingers. You're careful not to touch your eyes. The label said something about ocular distress, whatever that means. You sniff your fingertips. The violet scent is lovely, truly. But behind it lurks something sharper, like iron left in the rain. You'll have to cover it. Gloves, of course. You select a fine pair from the drawer. Goat leather, butter soft, dyed a subtle cream, lined with silk. You pull them on slowly, like slipping into a disguise. But first, the ritual. Dusting the insides with orris root and a few drops of clove oil. It masks not just the smell of your own hands, but the faintly meaty tang of well-worn leather. Victorian scented gloves were a quiet form of self-defense. Against others. Against yourself. They trapped smells, projected elegance, and prevented anyone, especially men, from discovering that you, too, were human beneath the silk. Historians still argue whether these gloves were ever truly clean. Many were worn for weeks without washing. Some were carefully rotated. Others simply accumulated odor until they could no longer be tolerated. There are documented cases of women storing gloves in jars of rice and lavender to purify them between uses. There are also stories of gloves left too long in perfume and becoming slick with rot. Yours are still respectable. A bit stained at the wrist, but no one will notice. You slide your fingers together inside the leather. The sensation is strange, soft, but also slightly tacky from the balm. You flex once, twice, then close your hands into polite fists. Outside, you meet a friend for a walk. She's wearing heliotrope scent and a bonnet that smells like camphor. When she offers her hand, you pause briefly, then shake. Your gloves touch. A faint puff of competing perfumes mingles in the air between you. You both pretend not to notice. Later, in the privacy of your bedroom, you remove the gloves carefully and inspect your skin. It's paler, perhaps, a bit blotchy. You dab at the redness with rose water and think, at least it doesn't smell like mutton grease anymore. You massage your wrists, then reapply the cream. Soft hands are worth a little madness. You glide into the drawing room, skirts whispering over the rug, your presence trailing a carefully crafted cloud of heliotrope, rose powder, and silent desperation. The air is thick, not just with cologne and coal dust, but with restraint. This is a gathering of ladies, which means everyone smells politely terrible, and no one dares mention it. You take your seat near the fireplace, though the fire isn't lit. It's midsummer, and the room is warm already, heavy with human exhalation and damp petticoats. Your chair exhales a faint puff of lavender and old stuffing as you settle in. Around you, fans flutter like nervous butterflies. A handkerchief dabs discreetly at a powdered brow. Someone has overdone it with jasmine oil. Someone else, possibly Lady Winthrop, smells faintly of mold and regret. You smile. This is normal. Victorian drawing rooms were meant to convey order, elegance, and moral superiority. They were also unventilated, overstuffed, and designed to trap every molecule of sweat, starch, and societal expectation. The windows are closed, of course. London air is unreliable, and the heavy drapes absorb moisture like ecclesiastical sponges. Your own scent armor is holding for now. The underarms of your bodice are padded with cotton sachets soaked in lemon cologne. Your stockings are dusted with violet talc. You've even dabbed peppermint oil on your temples to keep from swooning. Still, your lower back itches. You shift slightly, pretending to adjust your skirt, but really just trying to dislodge the damp fold of linen pressed too long against your skin. You feel the corset dig in. The stays have begun to warm with your body heat and now carry a smell best described as well-worn haberdashery. Someone begins reading aloud from a book of moral instruction. The words float through the air, but you are distracted by the cloying scent of someone's orris-drenched wrist just a few feet away. It mixes with the room's ambient bouquet, powder, wool, perfumed gloves, and the unspoken truth of shared bodily endurance. Historians still argue whether Victorian women enjoyed these gatherings or merely endured them. Some accounts describe the drawing room as a haven, a space of feminine connection and genteel repose. Others hint at its quiet horror, the smell, the stiffness, the endless pretending. You glance at the window. Just a crack of fresh air would be enough. But of course, no one moves. To suggest ventilation would imply discomfort, and to imply discomfort would risk social collapse. Instead, the maid arrives with a tray of teacups and a faint expression of panic. She's sweating. So are you. But hers is visible. Yours is well managed, you hope. You accept your tea with gloved fingers. It smells of Earl Grey and warm porcelain. A welcome change. You sip carefully and find comfort in the predictability of bergamot. Lady Winthrop coughs delicately. A signal, perhaps, that someone's perfume is tipping into hysteria. Everyone remains silent. You make a mental note to repowder before dinner. When you rise to leave, your skirt clings for half a second too long to the back of your thighs. You walk slowly, allowing the fabric to unpeel with dignity. Back in your room, you undress carefully, one layer at a time. The scent of the drawing room clings to your chemise. You hang it by the window, crack the sash ever so slightly, and exhale. The air outside smells like smoke and sewage, but at least it's honest. The first thing you feel when you put on your petticoats is moisture. Not fresh dampness, but that lingering kind, like rain trapped in wool, or a sponge that never fully dried. You lift the layers off the chair by the fireplace, one by one, each heavier than it should be, each smelling faintly of starch, mildew, and closet. There are 4 today. It's not winter, but you've got a visitor, and appearances require fluff. Victorian petticoats are rarely washed. They're brushed, shaken, sometimes beaten with a stick if they're lucky enough to see sunshine. But they're thick, dense, layered with flounces and tucks that trap everything from soot to sweat to Sunday's soup. And once they get wet, be it rain, puddle, or perspiration, they rarely ever dry completely. You pull them on, one at a time, tying the tapes at your waist with resigned expertise. The third layer makes your thighs feel like damp books pressed too tightly on a shelf. The fourth squeaks faintly against the third. Your legs begin to itch before you've even left your room. The house is damp. It's always damp. The fog outside doesn't help. Neither do the lace curtains that haven't been washed since your cousin's wedding. You try not to think about it. You reach for your final skirt, a walking-length day dress with a faintly scalloped hem, and immediately regret it. The lining is cool to the touch. Not cold, not crisp, just moist. A low-level sogginess that refuses to evaporate. But you wear it anyway. What choice do you have? Victorian garments were heavy even when dry. Add humidity, and they become personal steam rooms. The petticoats hold sweat like secrets. You once weighed a full ensemble after a long walk. Nearly 18 pounds of fabric, padding, and historical denial. Historians still argue whether women of the era were accustomed to the perpetual damp, or whether they just endured it in silence. Diaries mention mildew. Letters reference that infernal dampness at the hem. But public conversations? Silence. No one wants to admit their drawers are growing moss. At tea, you try to sit gracefully, but the back of your skirt makes a soft squelch against the seat cushion. You lean forward quickly. Maybe no one noticed. You fan yourself lightly. Not because it's hot, though. It is. But because the motion lifts your skirt just enough to allow a whisper of airflow between the petticoats. You can almost hear the sigh of your thighs. Your cousin leans over and compliments your lace trim. You thank her, though you're fairly certain the trim smells like damp wool and bay leaf. That was Eliza's idea, a sachet sewn into the hem. It hasn't helped. Back in your room that evening, you peel off your skirts like bark from a tree. The petticoats come next, heavy and limp, leaving faint imprints on your legs. You hang them near the fireplace, not close enough to catch flame, but close enough to forget their sins by morning. They won't dry. Not really. But they'll pretend. And that, like so much of Victorian hygiene, is enough. You pause before uncorking the tiny glass vial. It's labeled Lily of the Valley, but you already know that's a lie. Inside is a scent, both sharp and powdery. Floral at first, but with a strange undercurrent, something sour, almost animal. You dab it on your wrists anyway, just a drop. Then behind your ears. Then under your chin. You know better than to sniff directly. Perfume in the Victorian era was a gamble. You never quite knew what you were getting. The label might promise rose, lily, jasmine, but what you got was a mix of whatever could be boiled, steeped, or squeezed out of flora or fauna. Civet, derived from the anal glands of a small nocturnal mammal. Musk, scraped from deer sacks. Ambergris, regurgitated whale bile. All expensive, all potent, all somehow considered romantic. You once tried a scent called Spring Garden. It smelled like funeral flowers and old vinegar. Still, scent was survival. You wore it not to attract, but to mask, to assert, to protect. Your wardrobe holds a collection. Lavender water for daytime, bergamot for visiting, heliotrope for melancholy. But Lily of the Valley, that's your wild card. Floral enough to suggest virtue, strong enough to compete with mildew and meat. You step out of your room, trailing the scent behind you. Within moments, it mixes with the house, beeswax polish, musty upholstery, and the faint, ever-present perfume of cooked onions. Your aunt pauses as you pass. Smells like spring, she murmurs, eyes slightly watering. You smile and keep walking. Historians still argue whether Victorian women genuinely enjoyed the perfumes they wore or merely tolerated them. Some diaries speak fondly of specific scents. Others lament their cloying weight, their persistent headache. But few, questioned the need for them. To smell of nothing was to smell like yourself, and that apparently was intolerable. In the drawing room, you take your seat beside a cushion that smells like someone else's perfume battle, perhaps rose and wet flannel. You lean away slightly and redab your neck with the lily oil. It burns a bit. That's fine. Perfume oils were rarely regulated. Some contained alcohol so sharp it could take varnish off a table. Others included ingredients now banned in 3 countries and considered poisons in 5. But it worked. Mostly, a gentleman enters. You feel his eyes skim the room. He nods politely as he passes, though his nose twitches. He doesn't stop to talk. You're relieved. You feel a bead of sweat travel down your back. It meets the corset line, disappears into linen. You reapply. By evening, the scent has settled into your clothes. The hem of your skirt smells like dust and lilies. Your gloves, like bergamot and boiled soap. Your skin, well, your skin is still trying to decide. You uncork the vial one more time before bed. Just a drop on your pillow. It doesn't smell like lilies anymore, but it smells like effort. And in the Victorian world, that's what mattered. You stand at the edge of the ballroom floor, corset cinched, gloves pristine, every inch of your body whispering, "Please don't let me sweat through this. It's summer. It's crowded. It's warm enough to melt the wax in your hair pomade. And yet you must dance, because this is what Victorian women do." You glide onto the parquet floor when the music starts. Something light and twinkling. A waltz designed to distract from the fact that you are encased in nearly 15 pounds of layered fabric. The hem of your gown brushes against the floor in soft arcs. Beneath it, your stockings are already damp. Your dance partner's palm meets your gloved hand. His touch is clammy. Yours is powdered, perfumed, and pretending. He smells faintly of tobacco and pomade. You smell like heliotrope, starch, and quiet fear. The two of you spin. Your petticoats billow slightly. Cool air reaches the backs of your knees for a second, and you almost gasp at the relief. But then the turn ends. You're back to gliding, back to sweltering. The ballroom is beautiful. Crystal chandeliers flickering above. Marble columns catching golden light, but you can't enjoy it. You're too focused on keeping your posture rigid, your smile in place, and your arm slightly lifted so your dress doesn't stick to your ribs. The underarm padding is failing. The rose water dabbed under your arms at the start of the evening has turned sour. The sachets you pinned to the bodice are soggy. And the lace insert at your neckline? It's doing a poor job of concealing the fine sheen of panic sweat just beneath. You twirl. You curtsy. You pray. And then, it happens. You feel it. The dreadful, unmistakable squelch of damp linen under your arm, shifting just the wrong way, pressing moistly into your corset lining. You freeze for a half beat, smile unbroken, then move again. Historians still argue whether Victorian dance culture was truly elegant or just a performative endurance test. Some letters gush about graceful nights beneath chandeliers. Others, less formal, more candid, describe fainting spells, dizzy spells, and smells so thick you could slice the air with a glove. By the third dance, your hair is sticking to the nape of your neck. By the fifth, your slippers are squelching. By the sixth, you've resorted to pressing your perfumed handkerchief not only to your face, but discreetly under your chin, your bust, the small of your back, wherever a bit of blessed dryness might hold. Your partner offers refreshment, a glass of lukewarm punch. It's laced with brandy and the vague hope of distraction. You sit politely and nod along to conversation. You hear words like charming, divine, and so airy, while your inner monologue chants, don't faint, don't faint, don't faint. You survive the evening, barely. Back home, your gown peels off with a soft ripping sound where dampness has fused the inner seams. Your corset groans as you unlace it. Your chemise clings like an accusation. You stare into the mirror and see a flushed, glistening version of yourself. Not divine, not charming, just human. You laugh quietly, then reach for the lavender water, because you'll be expected to do it all again next week. You've always believed that the wealthier the woman, the cleaner she must be. But then you meet Lady Adeline. She arrives in a cloud of silk, lace, and frankincense. Her gown is exquisite, tiers of hand-embroidered muslin cascading like iced sugar over a corseted frame. Her gloves are pearl white. Her brooch glints. Her hair is a marvel of engineering and whale oil. And yet, as she leans in to kiss your cheek, you smell it. Beneath the powder and perfume. Something warm, something woolly, something human. Lady Adeline, Duchess of Evershire, smells slightly of old cheese and roses. And you realize, with a strange sort of comfort, that no one, not even the most privileged among you, is truly immune to the struggle. Victorian mythology painted upper-class women as ethereal beings, floating in perfumed gowns, bathing in rose milk, surrounded by maids and luxury. But reality? Reality had chamber pots. It had sweat-stiff corsets. It had unwashed bustles and mildew and brocade. You sit beside her at tea. Her fan flutters lazily. Every movement sends out another puff of her scent cocktail, heliotrope, starch, fatigue. You smile politely. She smiles back. There is between you a silent understanding. We are all rotting, just a little. Historians still argue whether wealthy Victorian women were truly cleaner than their lower-class counterparts. On paper, yes, more servants, better fabrics, more frequent access to bathing rituals. But with more clothing came more sweat, more pressure, more elaborate fabrics that couldn't be laundered, and often more elaborate efforts to hide it all. There are records of aristocratic gowns being refreshed between events, not washed, but sponged at the underarms and spritzed with violet tinctures. Chemises that went weeks without laundering, as long as they were well powdered. Maids who spent hours airing lace and spraying starch like it was holy water. Lady Adeline's maid appears with a discreet bottle labeled Essence of Verbena. The Duchess takes a quick sniff and dabs it at her collarbone. She murmurs, "One mustn't wilt." You nod, though your own collar is already damp. You shift slightly, grateful your darker dress hides the worst of the stains. Later, she invites you to view her wardrobe. It's magnificent. Rows of gowns in every shade of cream, lilac, and dove gray. But you can't help but notice the faint smell that permeates the room. Mothballs, rosewater, and something like old biscuits. She lifts a parasol and holds it to her nose. "Still good," she declares. "You agree. You lie. Because you've learned the secret. Wealth can buy fabric, servants, and scent. But it can't buy ventilation." You return home that evening feeling oddly victorious. You take off your boots. Your stockings are damp. Your bodice smells like effort. You peel off your gloves and sniff your fingertips. Orris root and faint despair. But now you know something comforting. Even the duchesses stink. And somehow, that makes the whole system feel a little more human. You always suspected your maid knew more than she let on. And tonight, as you sit half undressed near the hearth, chemise sticking to your back, Your suspicions are confirmed. Eliza enters quietly, as she always does, with a basin of warm water and a neatly folded cloth. But there's something in her expression tonight, a flicker of amusement, or maybe pity, that tells you she's seen everything. She helps you unpin your hair. Her fingers are quick, practiced, gentle. A few strands fall, and with them, the scent of bear grease and heliotrope. She doesn't comment. You shift in your chair. Your corset is off, finally, and your petticoats lie slumped in a heap like defeated soldiers. The room smells like your day: stale powder, faint perspiration, a hint of roast chicken from dinner. Eliza says nothing, just dabs at your neck with the cloth. You glance at her face in the mirror. She's not even wrinkling her nose, because this is normal to her. Your maid handles every gown you wear, every layer that touches your skin. She knows which parts of which dresses are sweat-stained. She knows how many days it's been since you wore fresh underthings. She knows what you smell like on your best and worst days, and unlike polite society, she doesn't flinch. Historians still argue whether domestic staff judged their mistresses silently, or whether they simply accepted the job as it was, a close study of someone else's grime. Diaries from servants are rare, but the few that survive often mention odors, fabric conditions, and the quiet war they fought with mildew and body oil. You ask Eliza what she uses to clean the linens. She shrugs. Sunlight and vinegar mostly. You ask how often she changes your chemise. She smirks. As often as you'll let me. You laugh, embarrassed. She helps you into your night wrapper, hands sure and smooth. She adjusts the collar with a motherly tug, then sprinkles a bit of lavender onto your pillow before blowing out the candle. As she leaves, you ask one more question. Do I ever smell bad? She pauses. Then, without turning around, says, You smell like a person, miss, and closes the door. The room falls into silence. You stare at the flickering fireplace and wonder how many layers of false lavender and lemon you've worn this week. You wonder if Lady Adeline's maid has the same expression. You wonder how many secrets your chemise holds. You pull the blankets close and breathe deeply. And for the first time in days, you let yourself smell. Like yourself. You bare your teeth to the mirror, then grimace slightly. They look presentable. Mostly. Victorian dentistry wasn't kind. You know this. And yet, like everyone else, you must keep up the illusion of freshness, of oral purity, as your aunt once called it, entirely seriously and without irony. You reach for your toothbrush. It's made of bone, with coarse boar bristles that scratch more than scrub. The bristles are loose at one end. You avoid that part. The paste today is a homemade blend. Eliza whipped it up from chalk powder, ground charcoal, and a little peppermint oil to cut the taste of ash. Last week's version included soap shavings. You're still recovering. You dip the brush into the jar and begin. The texture is like scrubbing your teeth with damp pottery shards. The peppermint helps, but only slightly. You try not to gag, and definitely not to bleed again. The bristles squeak faintly against your enamel. The mirror fogs slightly from your breath. You catch a whiff of the mix as it foams. Ash, mint, and a faint echo of the beef tea you drank for lunch. You spit into the porcelain basin. It echoes. Your tongue is numb. Victorian toothpaste, if you were lucky enough to have it at all, came in powders or bricks. Recipes included everything from burnt bread to powdered cuttlebone. Some added baking soda. Others included soap. Yes, actual soap. You once tried a recipe your cousin swore by and ended up tasting lye for a week. Historians still argue whether Victorian dental practices were effective or simply acts of performative hygiene. Clean teeth were more about appearances than decay prevention. Bad breath was addressed with cloves or parsley. Cavities? Those were fate, or punishment, or both. You rinse your mouth with a splash of rose water mixed with brandy. It burns. You pretend it's invigorating. Eliza enters with a clean hand towel. You pat your lips gently, then flash a smile at her. She smiles back, though her eyes flick to the pink tinge on the cloth. "Looks better, miss," she says, handing you a breath freshener, a single clove wrapped in linen. You pop it into your mouth and bite down. The taste is sharp, metallic, and oddly comforting. Later, you join your aunt for reading hour. She offers you a lozenge that smells faintly of camphor and eucalyptus. You decline. One mystery flavor is enough for the evening. As she reads aloud, you catch a glimpse of her teeth, yellowed, slightly crooked, but spotless in their own way. She sips her tea daintily, never acknowledging the peppermint oil trail now burning your gums. You smile politely. You do not open your mouth. That night, as you blow out your candle, you consider skipping tomorrow's brushing. But you know you won't. Because in a world where everything smells slightly of something gone off, the mouth is sacred ground, even if it tastes like minty bricks. You hold the small green bottle up to the light. Inside, a slosh of murky gold liquid catches the glow of your bedroom lamp. The label reads, "Superior Cologne, Lemon Essence, for ladies' delicate use." You uncork it slowly. The scent hits you immediately, sharp, medicinal, like lemon peel soaked in furniture polish. A bracing slap to the senses. This, you remind yourself, is the good stuff. You dab a bit on your wrists, then behind your ears. The sensation is both cooling and unsettling. Within seconds, your skin tingles, not from freshness, but from something flammable. Colognes like this were popular in the Victorian era, not for their subtlety, but for their vigor. They were meant to jolt the senses into alertness and convince everyone around you that you were, in fact, clean, even if your last bath was over a week ago. Yours smells like someone tried to pickle a lemon in a Victorian apothecary. But it's better than nothing, better than you. You remember the first time you bought it. The chemist had assured you it was imported. Parisian quality, he said, while sweating through his collar. You now suspect it was bottled 2 doors down and cut with turpentine. But you paid extra, so the illusion holds. Victorian colognes often contained alcohol, essential oils, and a healthy dose of wishful thinking. Some were simple citrus blends. Others promised oriental mystique and included ingredients like benzoin, bergamot, and something ominously labeled essence of bouquet. The result was always the same, an olfactory uppercut. You dab more under your jaw because you can still smell yourself a little. Beneath the lemon, there's something woolly, something warmed by corset stays and long walks in moist petticoats. The cologne battles it bravely, but you suspect the wool is winning. Historians still argue whether cologne was considered a true hygiene tool or merely theatrical. Some see it as a cover-up, others as a class signifier, a way to signal refinement while quietly fermenting under silk. Either way, it was essential. Your maid enters and instantly blinks. "Lemon again, miss?" You nod, proud and ashamed in equal measure. She says nothing, but opens the window a crack. A breeze stirs the curtains. For a moment, the cologne dissipates into the air, like a citrus ghost fleeing the scene of a crime. You sit at your vanity, sniffing your wrist. You think of the ladies at church who wore rose water and civet, of your cousin who favored musk so strong it made cats follow her home, of the poor girl at the ball whose lavender oil turned sour halfway through the cotillion. You wonder what you smell like to them. Outside, the Yezwar evening thickens. The breeze dies down. The lemon settles. You cork the bottle and place it beside the others. Rose, clove, heliotrope, patchouli. Your personal arsenal. You might stink, but you will stink politely. You wake up with a stomachache and a faint sense of dread. Something feels off. You haven't bathed. You haven't even left your bed. And yet somehow you smell. A low, fermenting funk that lingers beneath the starch and sachets. It's coming from inside you. Time for pills. You reach into the top drawer of your vanity, past the old clove lozenges and stale violet wafers, and pull out a small, corked bottle. The label, in delicate script, reads, Odorine, for internal freshness, a lady's companion. You shake out 2 dark capsules. They rattle like tiny secrets. These are your deodorant pills. Not to be confused with medicine. Not really to be confused with food either. They're something else. Part miracle, part marketing, part desperate Victorian pseudoscience. You swallow them with a sip of lukewarm barley water and try not to think about what they're made of. Probably charcoal, possibly opium, maybe beetle shells. The goal? Neutralize internal odors. Purify the body from within. Make you smell less like a biological organism and more like a floral ghost. You lie back, waiting for the alchemy to kick in. Historians still argue over what exactly these pills contained. Some included activated charcoal and peppermint oil. Others were laced with chalk, wood ash, even formaldehyde derivatives. A few contained ingredients now banned for human consumption. But women took them anyway, because the alternative was smelling like themselves. And nothing in Victorian society was more scandalous than being natural. You shuffle to the wardrobe and begin dressing. You avoid the dresses lined with thick brocade. You're feeling fragile. You opt for cotton, light wool, something that breathes. You add a muslin apron with a sachet sewn discreetly into the pocket. You check your breath with a clove, still sharp. Good. At lunch, your aunt complains of atmospheric heaviness. You know she's talking about the room, or maybe your uncle, or possibly you. You excuse yourself and take another pill. The label says, as needed. By afternoon, you feel oddly calm, floaty. Perhaps the beetle shells are kicking in. Perhaps it's the absence of garlic in your diet. You're not sure. You pass by the mirror and sniff the neckline of your dress. Still musky, but fainter now. Less human. More inoffensive. Victorian women weren't allowed to sweat, or stink, or decay. But neither were they allowed to be clinical. So these pills walked a delicate line between science and sorcery. Sold in elegant tins, advertised in women's journals, sometimes paired with rosewater pills for full effect. You lie down later with a novel and a second clove. You feel a bit nauseated. That's normal. Eliza enters to stoke the fire. She eyes the bottle on your nightstand. Feeling foul, miss. You nod weakly. She chuckles. I always preferred vinegar. Makes you burp, but at least you know it's working. You close your eyes and sigh. The pills are doing something. Maybe. Maybe your scent will never be completely gone. Maybe you're just a layered cake of starch and clove, soap and denial. But at least for today, you've swallowed the solution. And tomorrow, if you still stink, you'll simply take more. You open the drawer with a curious mixture of excitement and fear. Inside, nestled among sachets and pinned lace, lies your most controversial possession, a tiny flask of pure musk. You unstopper it carefully. Even a drop too much, and you risk exile from polite society, or at least a very pointed comment from your aunt. The scent is indescribable, warm, heavy, a little like leather, a little like skin, animalistic, earthy, and somehow intimate. You tilt the bottle, letting one tiny droplet fall onto your glove. That's enough. In the Victorian world, musk was power. It was mystery. It was sin, bottled. It came from the scent gland of the male musk deer, a creature you will never see, but whose presence you now carry in your pulse points. You dab a little more onto a lace-trimmed handkerchief, then press it to your wrist. Your head swims faintly. The musk is already mixing with the starch in your gloves, the remnants of lemon cologne from yesterday, and the clove lozenge still dissolving behind your teeth. You're a walking symphony of contradictions. Historians still argue whether musk was considered alluring or appalling. Some sources say Queen Victoria banned it from court. Others suggest she wore it herself, discreetly diluted in tinctures of rose and ambergris. Musk divided the perfume world like no other scent. Too sensual for some, too pungent for others, but undeniably present. Your friend Clara once confessed she wore musk under her mourning veil, so the men would remember she was still alive. You weren't sure whether to laugh or take notes. As you descend the stairs for your afternoon calls, you can feel it trailing behind you. Not the flowery lightness of violet, not the clean slap of lemon. This is deeper, a slow burn. In the parlor, your uncle raises an eyebrow. Smells like wet velvet in here. You smile sweetly and offer him tea. You sit near the fire, allowing the warmth to release the full bouquet from your dress. You're aware of it now, how it curls from your wrists, your neckline, the hem of your skirt. A scent with shape and teeth. Not masked, not hidden, but declared. Eliza later tells you that one of the footmen asked what animal you'd been keeping company with. You laugh, then check your wrists again, just to be sure. That night, you store the bottle carefully back in its satin pouch. You won't wear it again tomorrow. Not because you shouldn't, but because musk is like a secret. Best used sparingly and never twice in a row. Still, as you climb into bed, you catch a lingering note of it on your pillow. You close your eyes and breathe it in. It smells like mystery, like rebellion, like the unwashed truths your corset was never meant to hold, and you sleep deeply, dreamlessly, like a deer in the mountains, untamed, scented. You rise the next morning, not with dread, but a kind of sleepy resignation. You stretch, yawn, and roll over into the faint imprint of yourself on the sheets, an aroma that's not quite offensive, not quite floral. Just you, steeped in linen. Your hair smells of lavender dust and bear fat. Your pillow carries the ghost of yesterday's musk. The chamber pot adds a low note to the air, damp porcelain and ammonia. And yet, as you sit up and wrap your robe around you, you realize something astonishing. You don't notice it anymore. At some point, the scent stopped feeling like smells and started feeling like context. Your room is no longer a battlefield of failed hygiene. It's a familiar cocoon, woven from starch, powder, perspiration, and sheer human will. You cross to the window. The glass is fogged. You crack it open just enough to let in the morning chill. And there it is, the outside world. Horse dung, chimney soot, fried herring. You close the window. There is, between you and the world, A peace now. A truce. Because if you can't eliminate the stench, you can understand it. You can arm yourself. Layer powder over soap. Perfume over petticoat. Myth over miasma. You sit at your vanity and begin your morning routine. Not with urgency, not with dread, but with care. A dab of violet at the wrists. Orris powder to the underarms. A half lemon for the important places. You smooth your chemise, slightly stiff, but aired. You select a corset that hasn't seen active duty in a week. You choose gloves that still remember rosewater. Eliza enters, carrying a clean cloth and a knowing smile. Smelling civilized, miss? You smile back. Trying. Historians still argue whether Victorian women were delusional in their pursuit of scent over sanitation, or whether they simply did their best with what they had. Maybe both are true. Maybe that's what being a woman has always involved, transforming limitation into ritual. And so, as you descend the stairs for another day of not quite clean survival, you don't flinch at the scent of yourself. Because now, you know, beneath the starch and sachets, the lemon water and musk, beneath the clove breath and camphor-drenched hair, you are not hiding. You are simply wearing your century. We travel back to the grime-slick cobblestones of Victorian London, where the fog isn't just damp, it's greasy, where the air tastes faintly of coal and regret, and where nearly everyone you meet is carrying something extra. Not a coin, not a hope, but a colony of bloodsuckers living in their seams, their stockings, their scalp. As you shuffle down a narrow alley, boots sticking slightly to whatever that is underfoot, you hear the scratching, quiet at first, but then unmistakable. And here's the truth. You probably won't survive this century without hosting a few thousand unwanted passengers. You trudge through London in the 1840s, where gas lamps flicker weakly through the ever-present yellow haze. It's late. Somewhere nearby, a horse cart clatters past. They're shouting. A baby cries. You pull your shawl tighter around your shoulders, but the cold isn't the only thing prickling your skin. Something tiny wriggles just behind your ear. You scratch discreetly. It doesn't help. This is the Victorian age, not the romanticized one, not the lace-trimmed fairy tale. This is the real deal. And it's itchy. Lice are everywhere. Not metaphorically, literally everywhere. In hair, in armpits, in the inner folds of woolen trousers. You'd think the upper classes would be immune. But no. Lice had no regard for titles. They dined on lords and chimney sweeps alike. One historian dryly noted that lice in the Victorian period were as commonplace as coughs. That's a comforting thought, isn't it? You pass a group of schoolboys, each wearing a flat cap and the vacant look of someone trying not to scratch their head raw. You consider joining them. Not the boys, just the scratching. What makes things worse is how normal it all was. People expected lice, the way modern folks expect traffic. You learned to live with them, to discreetly flick one off your collar during tea, or not so discreetly. Victorians weren't exactly subtle when it came to personal grooming in public. It's the heat of bodies in carriages that spreads the infestation fastest. You hop onto an omnibus and squeeze between a matron and a butcher. The matron smells faintly of lavender and desperation. The butcher? Blood and onions. The real concern, though, is that everyone on board is likely hosting a colony. Lice don't leap, but they crawl. They bridge the gap with patience. You think back to Queen Victoria herself, sitting on her throne in velvet and lace, while beneath her royal coiffure, A tiny army parades along her scalp. Historians still argue whether she ever publicly acknowledged her own infestations, but court records suggest that royal laundresses had particular instructions for combing and boiling. Just imagine the royal diary. Tuesday, diplomatic envoy. Wednesday, lice. Meanwhile, in the slums, entire families share one bed, one blanket, and one unshakable sense that something is always crawling on them. And they're right. You pass a row of tenements where under every mattress lies a layer of God's small creatures, as one vicar put it, trying to soften the horror. There's no escape. Even the wallpaper peels with a kind of greasy defeat. You scratch your temple again. It's fine. Totally fine. Probably just your imagination. Unless there's a popular remedy you hear whispered through the alleys. Rub onions on your scalp, then wrap it in flannel. Doesn't work. But it does make you smell like dinner. Another trick involves kerosene, which, when paired with candles, adds a fiery layer of risk to an already flammable lifestyle. Curiously, there was a market for live fleas. Yes, we'll get there soon. But even now, you pass a street vendor with a little sign that reads, "Live specimens, penny per look." You glance. Tiny glass jars filled with hopping dots. You grimace. He grins. As you reach your lodging house, the landlady greets you with the cheerless smile of someone who's seen too many midnight visitors and not enough soap. Room upstairs, third on the left. Don't mind the scratching. It's probably just the mice. You climb the stairs, boots thudding softly on worn treads. The air is thick. You open your door and stare at the iron bedstead. The sheet is a color you don't recognize, somewhere between gray and betrayal. You sit. Immediately regret it. Something moves beneath you. Of course, you sleep in your clothes. Everyone does. Undressing means more exposure. You pull your coat tight and settle in. The blanket feels like it's woven from barbed wire and regret. You close your eyes. Scratch. Outside, the city breathes in ash and coughs it back out again. Inside, your bed comes alive with microscopic movement. Your scalp tickles. Your ankle twitches. Your entire body is a battleground of itches and denial. You scratch a little, then a lot. Then you try not to think about it. It was a common saying, "He who hath no lice hath no life." You wonder how seriously that was meant. Another line, attributed to some anonymous humorist of the age, claims, "A gentleman is known not by his waistcoat, but by the speed of his scratch." Funny. Until it's not. And yet, amid all this, the Victorian world kept turning. Parliament debated the railways while scratching under their wigs. Poets penned odes to lost love, one hand holding a quill, the other fidgeting at their collar. Children recited their lessons, stopping mid-verse to slap their thighs or pick at their sleeves. Even as the empire stretched across the globe, its citizens twitched their way through tea and empire building with an air of mild, itchy indifference. Still think you want to time travel here? You roll over, hoping. The other side of the mattress has fewer creatures. It doesn't. Outside, a dog howls. Somewhere, a violin squeals. And in the darkness of your tiny room, a flea jumps, and another, and another. Sleep well. You wake, or maybe you never fully slept. It's hard to tell. The line between dream and discomfort has blurred into a scratchy fog. Morning in Victorian London isn't so much a sunrise as it is a slight lightening of the murk. A pale gray seeps in through the soot-smeared window, and with it, a new round of wriggling. You sit up slowly, trying not to disturb whatever still shares the bed with you. There's a tiny speck crawling across your sleeve. You flick it off, but you know more are hiding in your seams. You're not alone. Nobody is. Today's plan: attempt to look presentable, which, for a Victorian citizen, means piling on layers, petticoats, corsets, stockings, collars, bonnets if you're a lady, cravats, waistcoats, woolen trousers, and maybe a top hat if you're fancy. What it also means: giving dozens of lice a new maze of fabric to explore. As you wash your face in a chipped bowl of lukewarm water, you notice something floating. A little louse corpse. You sigh. Could be worse. It's dead, after all. Out in the streets, you notice how people move. Everyone seems vaguely irritated, subtly twitchy. It's not just the coal smoke or the bad boots. It's the ongoing, endless battle happening under their collars, the bonnets, hiding nests, the crinolines, lice playgrounds, and Queen Victoria herself. Well, rumor had it that even her elaborate hairpieces weren't immune. Historians still argue whether she was personally afflicted or just very aware of the palace-wide problem. Letters from her ladies-in-waiting hint at frequent steamings of the royal wardrobe and vigorous combing before public appearances. Not quite the regal image painted in history class. You stroll past a dressmaker's shop where delicate fabrics hang in the window. Don't be fooled. Lace doesn't mean cleanliness. In fact, all those frills and folds are just more square footage for lice to inhabit. Imagine being a seamstress in 1853, working 12 hours a day, nose buried in someone else's coat lining, and catching the moment something wriggly escapes into your own. One of the worst offenders? Wigs. You pass a wig maker's storefront next, with mannequins displaying powdered monstrosities that were fashionable just a generation earlier. Some are still used in courtrooms and ceremonies. And what better habitat for lice than a dense mat of hair not attached to your head? Victorians had a term for it: borrowed scalp, which frankly sounds like a horror movie title. You duck into a hat shop. The bell over the door tinkles politely, and the clerk greets you with an eager nod. Bowler hats, top hats, felt caps, take your pick. Each one, though dusted and brushed, holds a secret history. A study from decades later would find that shared hats, especially in boarding schools and army barracks, were key lice superspreaders. In short, you might look dapper, but your head's now a buffet. Let's talk bonnets. Tied snug under the chin, decorated with ribbons and feathers, they were peak Victorian fashion. But what those dainty accessories really did was trap heat and moisture. A perfect environment for lice to thrive. Some women took to sewing little sachets of lavender into their bonnets, not to repel lice, that rarely worked, but to at least mask the musty odor of infested hair. One of the more desperate measures? Shaving it all off. Baldness wasn't trendy, but if you were sick of scratching, a close shave offered some relief. Problem is, you'd then need to wear a wig, and we're back where we started. In the finer parlors, you see women seated with ivory-handled knit combs, chatting idly while methodically dragging them through their curls. It looks almost genteel. Until you realize they're pausing occasionally to squish what they find on a handkerchief with a quiet but definite crack. Quirky side note: lice eggs, called nits, were so commonplace that they entered the language. Nitpicking, nitwit, and full of nits all trace back to this very itchy reality. You hear someone mutter it under their breath outside a bakery. That boy's full of nits. It's not affection. The problem, though, isn't just lice. It's layers. So many layers. Victorian fashion was built like a cake. Multiple tiers, some frosted with lace, others stiff with starch. Under all that, a warm, moist ecosystem that bugs absolutely loved. Every hemline, every waistband, every button cuff was a potential migration path. You were basically a walking hostel, and if you think men had it easier, think again. High collars, thick wool coats, and heavy trousers offered even more hiding places. Plus, those beards? Stylish, sure, but also a perfect thicket for lice to nest in. A mustachioed gentleman might tug at his whiskers while discussing the corn laws, but really, he's trying not to let on that something's gnawing at his chin. You pass a group of factory girls, laughing as they walk to the textile mill. One of them pauses to scratch behind her ear with a hairpin. No shame. They all do it. Lice are the one thing the whole class system agrees on. Awful, unavoidable, and totally unspoken in polite company. You might wonder, why didn't they just wash their clothes more? Well, first, laundering was expensive and labor-intensive. Most people owned maybe 2 outfits, one for everyday life and one for best. If lice made a home in your daily dress, they were there to stay. Some folks tried hanging garments in the frost overnight to freeze the lice. Others left clothes in the sun. One especially desperate method: sandwiching your blouse between hot bricks. Still, nothing beat the satisfaction of finding one, squashing it between your fingernails, and whispering, "Gotcha." A small victory in an itchy war. As you walk past the hospital on Great Ormond Street, you notice that even the nurses scratch. Medicine hasn't quite caught up to the infestation yet. That's a problem for later. Right now, everyone's just pretending that their dignity isn't being gnawed on by tiny insects. You finally reach the river, where laundry lines stretch out like hopeful prayers. Clean-looking linens flap in the breeze, but you know better. Until you boil them properly, they're just stage props in the performance of cleanliness. So you stand by the Thames, scratching the back of your neck, watching a barge drift by and thinking, maybe tomorrow you'll try that vinegar rub, or the tar soap, or maybe, just maybe, you'll shave your head and wear a bonnet full of lavender, because in Victorian London, beauty is pain. But it's also really, really itchy. You follow the scent of roasted chestnuts through a tangle of stalls until the street narrows, and there it is, a sign painted in peeling red letters: Flea Market. At first, you assume it's just a quaint name, but then you notice the crates, the jars, the weirdly enthusiastic vendor with magnifying glasses hanging around his neck like a trophy hunter. Welcome to the Victorian flea market. No, not the kind your neighbor drags you to on Sundays to look for mismatched teacups. This is the real deal, a market with actual fleas. Alive, crawling, sometimes dressed in miniature costumes, and you're expected to admire them. That's right. Fleas, the uninvited guests in every sock drawer and corset seam, were once put on tiny leashes and trained to perform tricks. You sidle up to a booth where a man in a stovepipe hat beckons you closer. "Observe," he whispers, "the mighty flea, pulling a golden chariot." You lean in, squint, and sure enough, there's a flea tethered by a strand of fine wire, dragging what looks like a pinhead-sized cart. This isn't a prank. This is entertainment. Flea circuses were a thing, an actual spectacle at traveling shows and fairs. They were typically staged in little wooden boxes fitted with magnifying lenses and bright oil lamps. The fleas were glued, or in some cases tied, to tiny props like carriages, seesaws, or even musical instruments. The whole setup was designed to showcase the strength and discipline of these unwilling performers. One Victorian journal described the act with glee. The fleas pull their chariots with gallant determination, as if bred for combat. That flea dragging a cotton ball cannon? It's not just absurd, it's strangely noble. You feel bad for laughing. Then you remember all the bites. Historians still argue whether the fleas were truly trained or just reacting to heat and discomfort. Some believe many so-called flea circuses used magnets and mechanical gimmicks, but enough first-hand accounts survive to confirm that yes, live fleas were often the stars of the show, and the audience clapped. Some even placed bets. There was, unsurprisingly, a dark side. Fleas were selected for their strength, meaning they had to be well fed. On you, or on the performer. Many circus owners kept feeding pads on their bodies, small spots of bare skin, usually on the arm or thigh, where fleas could dine. Let that sink in. People volunteered to be flea food for the sake of ticket sales. You pause to reconsider every life decision that brought you here. A vendor offers you a jar. Good jumper, this one, he says proudly. You decline, trying not to look rude. He shrugs and begins demonstrating how to build a flea harness from horsehair. It's disturbingly intricate. Of course, not every flea ended up a celebrity. Most were just freeloaders in households across the city. You pass a couple arguing over whether the dog or the neighbor's kids brought them in. Truth is, they were probably already there, hidden in the floorboards, lurking in the fringe of the rug. You could fumigate all you want. Those little acrobats were tenacious. What makes the situation even stranger is that some Victorians romanticized fleas. Tiny poems were written about them. Artists carved flea-sized jewelry to show off their craftsmanship. One particularly surreal artifact? A gold ring said to contain a whole family of fleas under glass, like a locket of love, but way worse. You slip into a tea shop, hoping for a moment's peace. The waitress brushes her apron as she walks by, clearly suppressing an itch. You wonder how many of those tiny performers are lurking under her waistband, not auditioning for any show. Here's where things get even more ridiculous. Some folks believed fleas had personalities. A 19th century writer claimed that his favorite flea, Clarence, preferred sweet blood and grew agitated when exposed to smoke. Was this satire? Maybe. But with Victorians, it's hard to tell. This is the same era where people tried to teach parrots to pray and swore their plants responded to compliments. And then there's the flea bottle. You see one displayed behind a glass window. An elegant little perfume-shaped vial. Women carried them hidden in their dresses, hoping to attract fleas away from their skin. The bottle was often filled with cloth or animal fur, scented to lure insects inside. It was like setting a tiny trap. Come here, flea. Chew on this instead of me. Spoiler. Didn't work all that well. You can't help but laugh at the contradiction. Fleas were a torment, a hazard, even a plague. But they were also fascinating. In some twisted way, they became a weird kind of pet, like owning a haunted doll or a taxidermy rat orchestra. It's easy to forget, as you sip your tea, which tastes faintly of coal, that these same fleas played a starring role in global pandemics. The Black Death? Spread by fleas. Yet here we are, watching one perform a high-wire act on a thread of human hair. Maybe that's the most Victorian thing of all, wrapping horror in a velvet curtain and selling tickets to the show. You wander back outside, where the fog has thickened again. You spot a child showing off a flea bite like a badge of honor. Got it. From the circus, he boasts. You nod politely and keep walking. Later that evening, You find yourself staring at your sock. There's a bump, a tiny, itchy bump. You scratch, then stop, then look closer. No, you think. It couldn't be. Could it? Of course it could. The show's not over. Not even close. You drag your feet up the stairs to your lodging house again. Bones aching from too much walking. Too many stalls. And just enough flea circus nightmares to haunt your dreams for a decade. The door creaks open. You collapse onto the mattress. And then you freeze. It's moving. The bed, that is, not dramatically, not like in a ghost story, but subtly. Micro movements, tiny flickers, shifts in the fabric that aren't caused by you. And then comes the unmistakable sensation. First on the ankle, then the wrist, then that dreadful spot behind your knee. You're not imagining it. You're not paranoid. You are not alone. You're in the middle of what Victorians called the bedbug ballet. And the chorus line includes fleas and lice. This is the Victorian bedroom experience. Part sleeping, part scratching, part screaming quietly into your bonnet. As you yank back the blanket, a few dark specks scatter toward the crevices. You squint. Fleas, maybe lice, possibly bedbugs. It's an entire ecosystem in here, and you're the buffet. Historians still argue whether infestations were more common in working-class homes or just more visible. But all agree. By mid-century, any household with a mattress was basically leasing space to a small insect kingdom. The problem wasn't just the bugs, it was the beds themselves. Straw mattresses were common among the poor, stuffed with hay or horsehair. Not exactly hygienic. In fact, they were often never cleaned, only refreshed by being turned or beaten with a stick. Imagine someone smacking your bed like a rug, watching clouds of dust and eggs burst into the air like celebratory confetti. Sweet dreams. Even the better beds, those with feathers or wool, were hardly secure. Bugs burrowed deep, clung to stuffing, and nested inside seams. The longer the mattress existed, the more residence it gained. It became a living history book of everyone who'd ever slept on it. And then there were the sheets. Most people owned only one or two sets. Washing them meant lugging everything to a public laundry or boiling them in a copper pot at home. Either way, it was a massive chore and far too easy to delay. Just one more night, people thought. Then just one more week. Before long, the sheets were less white and more abstract interpretation of beige. You lie back, trying not to let any part of your body touch the edges. That's where they gather. The corners, the folds, the stitched hem of the pillowcase. It's a waiting game. Here's a quirky detail. In the 1850s, one London physician recommended sewing your mattress shut with a ribbon soaked in paraffin and hope. Okay, not hope. He said vinegar, but still. The idea was that a vinegar-drenched ribbon would somehow repel insects from entering the sacred zone of your dreams. Spoiler, it didn't. Bedposts became battlegrounds. People poured boiling water into the joints of wooden frames, hoping to kill whatever had crawled inside. Others set traps, sticky resin along the legs, or little dishes of oil to drown the climbers. But bugs are surprisingly athletic. They jumped. They flew. They held tiny, invisible meetings at 2 a.m. to discuss how best to ruin your life. You hear a noise outside your window. Just a cat, maybe. But it reminds you, animals were part of the problem. Dogs and cats carried fleas. Mice scurried through the walls with lice in tow. Even the local pigeons had their own bugs, tiny bird lice that occasionally hitched a ride indoors. If your attic had a nest, you could expect a few uninvited visitors by breakfast. So yes, you're trying to sleep, but sleep is relative. You close your eyes, only to pop them open again as something crawls across your cheek. Could be a thread, could be a flea, could be your own imagination, except it never is. The itching doesn't stop. You scratch one spot, and two more begin to prickle. It's like your nervous system has joined the enemy. You shift positions, tucking your hands under your arms to avoid scratching. You fail within 30 seconds. Victorian remedies didn't help much. Some swore by sprinkling pepper between the sheets. Others recommended rubbing turpentine into your elbows. You briefly consider both. Then you remember the laundry maid who used lye soap and had permanent scabs from the burns. One peculiar practice? The scorch and smother. You'd lift the mattress, hold a candle under it until the cloth browned, then slap it down to trap the rising smoke. It might kill a few insects. It might also light your house on fire. But hey, no more fleas. By now, you've probably realized sleeping in the Victorian era was a contact sport. And there's the deeper problem. The bugs didn't just bring itchiness, they brought disease. Fleas were linked to typhus, trench fever, and yes, the plague. Bed bugs caused anemia in children. Lice were constant companions in prison, asylum, and hospital. Even the most civilized homes were quietly losing battles against creatures that weighed less than a grain of rice. And yet people went on. You pass a neighbor's door and hear soft humming. Inside, a mother combs her daughter's hair, gently pulling knits into a saucer. They'll burn them later, maybe over candlelight, while the family eats. The Victorians developed a tolerance for this. Not acceptance, exactly. Just resignation. If you complained too much, you were seen as delicate. Better to scratch in silence, to invent words like prickly restlessness or parlor fever. Sounds more poetic than my whole body is a buffet. You finally drift off. Sort of. Not deeply. You hover in that strange dream state where your arms are lead and your scalp is a battlefield. You dream of running a comb through your hair and hearing it snap under the weight of dozens of passengers. You wake with a jolt, unsure if it was real. Probably was. The moonlight casts shadows across the room. You swear the wall moves, but it's just the wallpaper, fluttering slightly from a breeze. Probably. You scratch your ankle again and try to think of anything else. You hum a lullaby. You count fleas instead of sheep. And you wonder, do they dream too? Morning arrives not with birdsong, but with coughing. Wet, hacking, human coughing. Through the walls, under the floorboards, even muffled beneath thick wool blankets. It's everywhere. Victorian London wakes not in a symphony, but in a symphony's death rattle. You sit up, slowly, and wonder how many fresh bites you've collected during the night. 5, 10. You don't count anymore. You're already too itchy to keep track. As you pour water into the cracked basin for a cursory wash, you notice another small invader floating in it. This one's oval, brown, and moving. Congratulations, it's a louse. Probably one of yours. Maybe even a repeat guest. You've begun to feel like a little innkeeper. 5 stars for blood, warmth, and poor hygiene. You think again about Queen Victoria, so often painted as a symbol of stiff upper lip cleanliness and order. But beneath the tiara and courtly stares, she scratched too. Everyone did. Lice were, if anything, the most democratic institution in the empire. From Buckingham Palace to a coal miner's shack, the bugs didn't discriminate. Fleas leapt as happily onto a lord's leg as they did a butcher's apprentice. Lice nestled equally in powdered wigs and tangled pigtails. It didn't matter how much perfume you wore or how puffed your sleeves were, if you had skin, you were a target. You step into the street, adjusting your scarf. It's market day, and as you make your way down the cobbled lanes, you pass a row of chimney sweeps, boys no older than 10, hair matted and blackened with soot. One is idly scratching his shoulder through 3 layers of rags. He catches your glance and smirks. "Got the skippers," he says proudly. That's street slang for lice. They've got names like pets. Had 'em 2 months. Don't even notice 'em now. You do your best to look impressed. Further down, you spot a finely dressed gentleman stepping out of a carriage, gloves immaculate, shoes polished to a mirror sheen. He stops just once, raises his hand to scratch behind his neck with one well-manicured finger, then continues. They always do it subtly, like it was nothing. A polite little scratch, just enough to momentarily satisfy without disrupting the illusion of dignity. Historians still debate whether people really believed lice and fleas were inevitable, or whether they simply gave up after years of failed remedies. Whatever the truth, by the 1850s, people had stopped seeing lice as shocking and started treating them as mildly irritating roommates. There's even some evidence that people shared remedies the way we share recipes today. You overhear 2 washerwomen comparing notes near a public pump. One swears by vinegar, the other by crushed tobacco steeped in gin. Both nod solemnly, though their hair remains equally fidgety. You slip inside a bakery to grab a hard, stale bun, standard breakfast fare, and take a seat on the edge of a wooden bench. It's warm, suspiciously warm. Something probably died in it years ago and was baked out by sheer body heat. You bite your bun anyway. At the corner of the shop, an old man with mutton chops is removing his hat to mop his brow, revealing a scalp ravaged by what looks like eczema or something else. He scratches in long, sweeping motions as if trying to unearth something buried. A young boy beside him follows suit, mirror-like. A family tradition, perhaps. And yet, despite all this itching and discomfort, no one talks about it. Not properly. Not in public. It's impolite, like bringing up politics or death at a dinner party. Everyone knows. Everyone suffers. But we all pretend, together. And here's something a bit quirky. There were even fashion accessories inspired by lice. Tiny golden knit combs worn on chains, as if to say, yes, I comb. Elegantly. One eccentric duchess reportedly had a louse carved into her walking cane as a joke. No one laughed, probably because they were too busy itching. You stop outside a barber's shop next. Inside, a customer is leaning back, having his beard shaved. The barber pauses every so often to inspect the blade, probably not for dullness, but to flick off something moving. Barbers and lice went hand in hand. That's why some offered live combing services. Not just a haircut, but an hour-long comb-out session with oil, pins, and gossip. You see a small jar on the counter labeled special grease. You don't ask. One popular method at the time involved applying lard to the scalp, wrapping it in paper, and sleeping on it overnight. The idea was to smother the lice. More often, it just made you smell like a disappointed pig. Still, people got creative. An old woman on the street is hawking something from a crate, bundles of cloth soaked in tar. Guaranteed to drive out the devils. You consider it. Then remember that last time your hair stuck together for 3 days. You keep walking. By late morning, you find yourself near a working-class pub. Outside, A few men are standing in their undershirts, sleeves rolled up, idly picking at their arms. The sun hits their skin, and you can see the bites. Small, red, angry marks. They've given up on hiding it. One even jokes, "If I scratch any harder, I'll owe my skin rent." You glance down at your own sleeve. Scratch. Stop. Scratch again. You think about how the bugs leveled everything. Class, wealth, reputation, none of it could save you from the quiet horror living in your socks. A bishop could be just as infested as a blacksmith. And sometimes, it was those with more clothes, more wigs, and more furniture who had it worse. Lice liked everything from lace petticoats to mended socks. A gust of wind sends them flapping like surrender flags. Except they're not surrendering. They're waving defiantly, full of holes, yes, but still swinging. A shirt falls. The laundress sighs and picks it up, dusts it, hangs it again, as if the ground hadn't already claimed it as a breeding zone. You chat with her briefly. Her name's Clara. She's been boiling other people's shame for 20 years. She tells you she once pulled 14 lice from the waistband of a duke's trousers and wasn't even shocked. She's tried it all: boiled lemon peels, vinegar rinses, soap made from ashes and pig fat. She pauses. "Best cure," she says. "Don't get 'em." You both laugh. Then she goes back to wringing. The wringers are brutal. Heavy iron rollers that crush clothes and occasionally fingers. You've heard stories of girls losing fingernails, joints, even tips of their fingers to those machines. Clara's knuckles are wrapped in cloth, more bandage than glove. There's something especially tragic about washing other people's clothes, knowing they'll infest themselves again within a week. A cruel cycle. You kill the lice, send the shirt home, and they come right back, like over-friendly party guests who didn't get the hint. She says some customers give her notes. "Boil twice, please." Or worse, "Lots this week, sorry." Others don't say a word, but the clothes speak for them. The smell, the stains, the little movements in the seams. You imagine what it's like to shake out someone's bonnet and have 6 fleas leap onto your apron, to comb through a scarf and find a writhing nest in the fringe. You wonder how many times Clara has considered setting everything on fire and walking into the sea. Some did, in a sense. Quit laundry and joined factories. Less boiling, more machines. But the itching still followed. Fleas didn't care if you made buttons or biscuits. If you wore clothes, they found a way in. There's a quiet poetry in the laundress's fight. Never ending, never winnable, but somehow noble. A kind of martyrdom, soaked in soap and sweat. She offers you a bar of something gritty. "Try this," she says. "Crushed lime and coal tar. Won't kill the lice, but it'll make them think twice." You take it. It smells like a chimney had an opinion. The drying line sags under the weight of wet clothes. You glance at a corset hanging there, its laces wriggling just slightly in the breeze. Or maybe not the breeze. Later that day, you spot Clara again, this time crouched beside a fire, feeding it with damp wood and muttering under her breath. The water in the copper kettle spits angrily. She stirs it with a wooden rod taller than she is. A child runs by and yells, "Lice soup." Clara doesn't flinch. "More like Lord's underpants stew," she calls back. The child howls with laughter. There's a rhythm to her work. Scrub, dunk, wring, slap, hang. Scrub, dunk, wring, slap, hang. You find it oddly soothing until you realize her hands are set, showing up to church smelling like soup and humiliation. Still, you give it a shot. You mash an old onion onto your scalp and wait. Nothing happens, except your eyes begin watering uncontrollably, and your pillow now smells like rejected stew. Some households preferred kerosene, though that was clearly a risky endeavor. One wrong move with a candle, and your hair isn't the only thing going up in smoke. Apply cautiously. Advised 1. 1857 Homemaker's Guide. You bet. Another favorite? Mercury vapor. Doctors at the time sometimes prescribed it in tiny doses for skin problems, even lice. Unfortunately, mercury has this annoying habit of destroying your nervous system. But hey, at least the bugs would stop bothering you once you were hallucinating stars in the wallpaper. If you were a lady of means, you might order an arsenic shampoo. Just a touch. Enough to sicken the vermin, not the wearer, as one ad claimed. Reassuring. That's like saying you'll only slightly poison yourself, and fashionably so. You glance down at your hands. They're red now, from scrubbing. Raw in places. The soap wasn't gentle. You pat them dry and sit at the cracked mirror. Your hair is damp. You comb it out with a fine-toothed knit comb, each stroke deliberate. You pause when you feel a bump, then lift the comb to inspect your catch. One tiny wriggling adult louse, crushed between the teeth. The satisfaction is unwholesome. You smile anyway. Across the city, others are doing the same. You picture a laundress down in Shoreditch, sleeves rolled up to her elbows, stirring a vat of boiling water. Clothes float in it like soup ingredients. Shirts, socks, maybe an old bonnet. She's hoping the heat kills the lice, but she knows better. Lice lay eggs. Eggs cling. Eggs hatch. Boil it twice, they say, and pray once more for good measure. You picture a dock worker's wife standing over her husband, pulling knits from his beard with the same precision she uses to pluck feathers from a chicken. It's not romance. It's maintenance. You picture a school teacher hissing at students to stop scratching during recitation, then slipping behind the blackboard to give her own ribs a thorough rub. And you picture the Queen's maid, delicately combing out Victoria's royal locks behind heavy velvet drapes, knowing full well that she'll be next. You consider the final, most drastic cure: fire. Some truly desperate households burned their mattresses in the alleyways, not to replace them, just to stop the infestation cycle. They'd sleep on boards for months rather than risk another round. You can almost respect that level of surrender. Burn the past. Start over. The bugs always came back. You head out into the street, scalp still damp from vinegar and tar. Your neighbors wrinkle their noses slightly. You ignore them. You're clean, or as clean as anyone in this city gets. A woman selling ribbons looks at you curiously. "Trying the vinegar, are you?" she asks, with a knowing smirk. You nod. "Boiled. Turnip juice worked better for me," she offers helpfully. You smile back. Pretend to jot it down. You absolutely will not try that. Still, the camaraderie is there. Everyone's got a story. Everyone's got a cure. You pass a pharmacist's window. A tin sign advertises, "Doctor, Helm's anti-parasitic solution for the modern itch." Below it, a drawing of a triumphant gentleman holding a bottle in one hand and a dead louse in the other. You're not buying it. He's smiling too much. You return home and collapse into your chair. Your scalp smells like pickles and coal. Your hands are cracked. But for now, for this one moment, you feel like you've won a small battle. The itching is less. Not gone. Never gone. But manageable. You lean back, exhale, then scratch your elbow. Of course, you're not sure what time it is, but judging by the way the light slices through your window like cold butter, it's too early to be up and too late to still be in bed. You swing your legs over the side and immediately feel it. The gentle, unmistakable pinch on your thigh. Oh no, not again. You lift your nightshirt and inspect the damage. 3 new bites. Angry, red, in a perfect little triangle, like some dreadful insect constellation. You groan. The vinegar and tar did something, but not nearly enough. Time for phase 2. You reach for your night comb, that trusty, narrow-toothed tool of Victorian resilience. Everyone had one. School children, society ladies, chimney sweeps, and yes, probably the queen. Usually made from bone or wood, the combs were simple but savage. Their job was to rake through your scalp and scrape out anything alive, or not alive, or in the unfortunate stage between. Your arms are sore from yesterday's battle, but you start anyway. 1 stroke, 2, 3, crack. That's the satisfying part, when you catch one and end it. A very personal kind of revenge. You sit in front of the mirror and work methodically, parting your hair into little rows like a farmer tending doomed crops. The nits are still there, tiny white dots glued stubbornly to individual strands of hair. They don't move, but they will. Each one, a quiet little threat. You scrape and pull, scrape and pull. Historians still argue whether this combing ritual was truly effective or just a performance of cleanliness. Maybe both. The goal wasn't perfection, it was control. You could live with a few bugs, but you had to look like you were trying. It was essentially a Victorian hygiene performance, and your scalp was the stage. Now, here's where it gets awkward. Underpants. You'd rather not talk about them, but we must. Because lice didn't limit their travels to your hair or sleeves. No. They were equal opportunity explorers. And the Victorian undergarment situation was basically a welcome mat. Men wore long woolen drawers. Women had cotton combinations, petticoats, and chemises. All thick, all hard to wash. And most people wore the same pair for days, sometimes weeks. So yes, lice thrived there, especially around the waistband, where sweat and skin met cotton in one miserable, steamy compromise. You reach for your own undergarments with suspicion. They look fine. They're folded neatly. But who's to say what's waiting in the seams? You give them a hard shake. Something falls out, could be lint, could be worse. You choose not to look. One fringe detail. During the 1800s, some people stitched tiny sachets of lavender or mint into their drawers, supposedly to repel bugs, but really to make themselves feel slightly less disgusting. Others dusted their underthings with chalk, flour, or powdered tobacco. Again, questionable effectiveness, but it felt like something. You think of that poor laundry maid again, the one who spends her life boiling other people's pants. No gloves, no mask, just hands, steam, and prayers. It's said the smell of a week's worth of gentlemen's drawers being boiled in lye was enough to make strong women weep. You pull on your own. Try not to gag at the vinegar tang that still clings to everything, and prepare to face the day. Breakfast is more of the same. Stale bread, watery tea, and the ambient knowledge that at least one louse is crawling somewhere on your body. You scratch your shoulder with the handle of your fork. A lady at the next table sees it and nods in solidarity. This is normal. You pass a group of children on your way to the post office, all seated on the curb, playing a game that involves throwing bits of string at a dead rat. One girl stops, lifts her sleeve, and starts combing through her hair with her fingers. It's methodical, professional even, like someone checking a map. She catches something and wipes her hand on her apron without blinking. Lice are part of childhood here, like marbles or mumps. Victorian schools were notorious infestation zones. Kids packed tightly into stuffy rooms, their heads close, their coats hung side by side on hooks. One louse with ambition could spread through an entire class before spelling was done. Teachers knew this, of course. Some even kept night combs in their desks, just in case a child showed up scratching mid-lesson. You hear a chant as you pass a schoolyard. Catch 'em, crack 'em, throw 'em in the bin. If they come back, boil 'em again. It's morbid. It's catchy. It's probably based on lived experience. Some schools had dedicated knit monitors. These were older students, usually girls, whose job it was to check the younger ones during lunch breaks. They'd sit on stools, comb through hair, and drop anything wriggling into saucers of vinegar. You imagine this was considered a kindness. Of course, not everyone saw it that way. Being caught with lice could be humiliating. Kids were sent home. Worse, they were mocked. Nitwit wasn't just a funny insult. It came from being seen as too dim to comb your own head properly. You step inside a general store and watch as a mother selects a new brush. She sniffs it, then holds it up to the light, inspecting the bristles. No use buying if it won't catch the little buggers, she mutters. The shopkeeper offers her a bar of carbolic soap. Smells like death, but it works? Probably. She adds it to her basket. You get a tin of peppermint lozenges and leave. Maybe the mint will keep something at bay. Probably not. By the time you're home again, the light has shifted. You're tired. The day's only half over, but the battle has drained you. You strip down and inspect your clothes. 4 visible lice. 2 on your collar. 1 on your waistband. 1 crawling with the arrogance of someone who knows they'll be back. You comb again. You mutter to yourself. You briefly consider just shaving your head and living in a barrel. But then you remember, this is the Victorian condition. You are always fighting and always itching. You flick the last louse into the fireplace and watch it curl in the embers. One small victory, a tiny funeral pyre. You lie back on your mattress, arms above your head, trying to keep any skin from touching fabric. Just for a moment. Just to breathe. And then, just as your eyes begin to close, scratch. Of course. The bell above the schoolhouse door clangs as you pass by. Its clang sharp and slightly sarcastic, as if even the building is tired of the children inside. You peek through the window. Wooden desks packed tightly together, in rows so precise they look like teeth. A dozen boys in wool jackets and an equal number of girls in pinafores, all hunched over slates and scratching. Oh yes, so much scratching. It's not frantic, not panicked, just rhythmic, like breathing. The way you might tap a foot or tug at a sleeve when you're nervous. A little behind the ear flick here, a quick scalp rub there, and always with that blank expression, the vacant look of someone too used to being uncomfortable to complain. Welcome to the Great School Infestation Crisis. If Victorian bedrooms were insect breeding grounds, then schools were the launch pads. Lice thrived here, hopping, well, crawling. Lice don't jump, but they hustle, from head to head, collar to collar. And it wasn't just hair. Remember those wool coats and shared hats hanging in the hallway? Flea 5-star hotels. You walk past a coat rack that smells like damp dog and childhood secrets. You shudder. Children were particularly vulnerable, not because they were dirty, though. Yes, many hadn't had a proper bath in weeks, but because they were touchy. Huggy, always bumping into one another. Whispers close to the ear. Group reading under one book. That's all it took. Some schools had a scratch line, an invisible social boundary between the NIT free and the crawling. One itchy week, and you might find yourself banished to the back row. Your desk suddenly more distant, your partner in spelling drills now giving you a wide berth. Historians still argue whether schools made any organized attempts to stop lice outbreaks or just gave up and focused on Latin conjugation instead. Officially, the school inspectors were supposed to check for vermin. Unofficially, they mostly ignored it. Can't suspend half the class for being itchy. Teachers weren't immune either. You spot one now, tall, thin, balding, a man whose stern glare has survived 100 chalk fights and 30 years of ankle biters. He's writing something on the board when he stops mid-word to scratch the back of his neck with a ruler. Not dramatically, just enough. You can bet that ruler gets used for everything: discipline, measurements, and lice patrol. Inside the classroom, there's a quiet ritual. A girl, maybe 9 or 10, is seated behind her friend, parting her hair with a pencil. She uses her fingers to pluck something, squints at it, and flicks it onto the floor, then goes back for another. They keep whispering like nothing's happening. This is just part of school. Reading, writing, removing parasites. It's a group project, really. One quirky anecdote. Some schools kept a knit comb drawer, right there with the pencils and slate rags. Kids were expected to grab one, give their heads a good rake during morning break, and return it when finished. Unsurprisingly, lice weren't the only thing shared. And while we're on the subject, boys' schools were often worse. Close quarters, minimal bathing, and the absolute refusal to believe that personal hygiene had anything to do with masculinity. A 12-year-old in Manchester once proudly declared that his lice kept him warm. His teacher marked that as questionable biology and moved on. Girls' schools, meanwhile, had different challenges. Long hair meant more territory. Lice had room to spread, settle, and raise a family. Combing was a daily ritual. You pass a group of girls in the yard, sitting cross-legged and facing each other in pairs like mirror images. One combs, the other waits. No shame, just maintenance, like cleaning boots or sewing a hem. Of course, lice weren't the only school-based menace. Fleas joined the party too. Floors were rarely washed. Straw mats, if they had them, were basically shaggy welcome rugs for insects. And the wooden benches? Perfect for hiding between lessons. You imagine sitting still during a spelling bee while something nibbles your ankle under the desk. One popular urban myth claimed that if a child stayed too long on a certain classroom bench, they'd develop itch brain, a supposed condition where the lice spread into your thoughts. Not real. But after half an hour in this room, you start to wonder. And if a student brought lice from home? The whole class knew by noon. Children weren't subtle. A boy might tug at his collar all day, or scratch behind his ear so often that his skin started to flake. Eventually, someone would call it out. George's got the twitch. Poor George, sent home with a note, or worse, forced to stand outside the school door until his mother arrived. She'd either scold him or comb him right there in front of everyone. Privacy wasn't really a thing. At some wealthier institutions, the Eli nannies were responsible. You hear one now, outside the school gate, muttering under her breath while examining a girl's hair. Little beasts, she hisses, plucking one and smashing it with her thumbnail on a white handkerchief. It leaves a tiny red smear. The girl shrugs. Another day. Even school books carried lice, passed from one student to the next, Nestled against jacket sleeves, those precious textbooks became tiny Trojan horses. Imagine opening a child's geography of the empire and discovering something crawling across page 3. Of course, the parents blamed the school, and the school blamed the parents. One headmaster famously wrote, "The children arrive filthy and leave filthier still. I cannot educate lice." He later lost his position, probably too honest. You pass the infirmary, really just a closet with a chair and some vinegar in it, and glance at the basin. There's a comb sitting in cloudy water. No soap, just hope. And then there's the shame, the part no one talks about, but everyone feels. Lice meant unclean, not morally, but socially. To have lice was to be one scratch away from ridicule. You remember one poor boy, Henry, who shaved his head after a particularly aggressive infestation, showed up to school with a cap and a fake story about a family tradition. He was teased for weeks, not for the bugs, but for admitting defeat. You wonder how many of these children will grow up and pass the bugs to their own children, likely all of them. That's the legacy of the school infestation. A quiet, unending cycle. Not a crisis you solve, just one you manage. Like a broken clock, you occasionally kick into motion. As you leave the school grounds, a bell rings. Students spill into the streets, laughing, shouting, bouncing off one another like overcooked peas. You watch as a small girl picks something from her collar and wipes it on the brick wall without even breaking stride. Another day of learning. Another day of scratching. As you wander from the clamor of the schoolyard toward quieter streets, something slinks along the edge of your vision, low to the ground, fast, furtive. You freeze. There, just under that cart, a rat. Not a cartoonish rat with a vest and a cane, a real one, greasy, hunched, and mean-looking. You lock eyes for a second. It twitches its nose, then disappears into the gloom with the confidence of something that knows it owns the place. And in many ways, it does. Victorian London wasn't just full of people. It was a thriving metropolis for rats, mice, and everything else that thrives on rot, shadows, and a good population boom. And with the rats came their loyal companions, fleas. These weren't your average garden variety fleas either. These were the plague carriers, the bed hoppers, the blood-slurping stowaways of empire. And they loved rats almost as much as they loved you. You keep walking, hands in your pockets, every shadow now feeling suspicious. That chill at your ankle, just the wind, probably. The streets in poorer parts of town are especially lively after dusk. Trash piles up quickly, and the municipal sweepers, tired, underpaid men with brooms and broken souls, can't keep up. Rubbish is rarely bagged. It's dumped into the gutters, fed to pigs, or burned in open barrels. It makes for a buffet if you're a rodent, and a thriving flea metropolis if you're riding one. One historian described it as a walking whiskered ferry service for parasites. And he wasn't wrong. You hear it now. Scratching, scuttling, the soft rhythmic creak of floorboards settling under tiny feet. If you lived above a bakery, a pub, or just anywhere, chances are you weren't alone. The rats didn't care how many locks were on your door. They had time and teeth, and once they were in, the fleas followed. What's worse, fleas don't need rats. They're happy to hop off and make themselves at home in your bed, your clothes, your armpit. They hide in straw mattresses, curl up in the hems of your trousers, or nest inside your boot. Some even cling to curtains like tiny daredevils, waiting for you to brush past. You remember the story of a girl named Ada, She lived in a one-room flat above a butcher's shop and used to complain that her bed hummed, not with sound, with movement. One night, she lit a candle and lifted her blanket. It moved. The hum was a colony of fleas so dense it looked like the blanket was breathing. They had ridden in on rats, and they stayed. Ada eventually threw the whole mattress into the street and slept on the floorboards for 3 weeks. She said it was better that way. Wood doesn't bite. She told her neighbor, and she wasn't wrong. Historians still debate whether the real source of many Victorian illnesses was the fleas or the rats themselves. The line between the two blurs. Bubonic plague, for instance, was spread by fleas who'd gorged on infected rats, then jumped to people when the rats died off. So basically, the fleas were the closing act to a tragic show that started in the cellar. You pause to look down a side alley and see a cluster of children poking a dead rat with a stick. One boy claims it's sleeping. Another insists it's been hexed. They're both wrong. It's just dead. But the fleas might not be. Quirky side note, rat catchers were celebrities of a strange sort. Men with sacks, dogs, and sometimes ferrets, who roamed the city trapping rats for a fee. Some even kept the best ones alive to use in blood sport. Rat baiting was a whole thing. Picture a pub full of drunken Victorians cheering as terriers tore into barrels of rats. The fleas? They cheered silently from the sidelines. You pass one of these rat catchers now. He's carrying a cage of twitchy, unhappy rodents, each one probably hosting more parasites than you care to imagine. He sees you staring and offers a grin. "Want one?" he jokes. You shake your head and keep walking. Later, in your own tenement building, you see your downstairs neighbor, Mr. Jennings, stuffing steel wool into a hole in the wall. "Rats again," he mutters. "Heard 'em chewing last night. Could feel the fleas jumping up from the floorboards." He pulls up his sock and reveals a band of red bites marching up his shin. You nod grimly. You've got them too. Everyone does. Some Victorians tried herbal deterrents, sprinkling pennyroyal, wormwood, or lavender near rat holes. Others use poisons, traps, or straight-up cats. But cats got fleas too. Which meant even your solution was also part of the problem. One particularly desperate invention was the flea jar, a small ceramic pot filled with water and a few drops of oil. People placed it under the bed in hopes that the fleas would leap toward the light and drown. Some swore it worked. Most just got bitten anyway. And it wasn't just homes. Workplaces were full of fleas and lice too. Theaters, textile mills, even police stations. One police report from 1872 casually mentions biting infestations in a holding cell as if it were just another Tuesday. You begin to realize that the real Victorian plague wasn't one dramatic outbreak. It was the constant low-grade infestation of everything. A slow burn of discomfort, scratchy, unhygienic, unfixable. At night you lie in bed and listen. Somewhere under the floor, a rat shifts. Your mattress crinkles ominously. Something small jumps onto your shin. You try not to scream. You pull the blanket up to your chin, as if that ever helped, and wonder how many fleas are watching from the shadows. Waiting. Plotting. Because here's the truth. You're not alone. Not really. Not in Victorian London. Not ever. You wake up to the sound of a distant bell and something else. Faint music. Strange, plucky, almost too delicate for the grimy undercurrent of London. You sit up, rubbing your eyes, wondering if the rats have learned to play piano now. But no. This music is too precise. You pull on your boots, still warm from last night's proximity to your feet, and, let's be honest, the local flea population. Out into the street you go, following the odd little melody. It leads you to a crowd gathered around a low wooden table outside a tea house. The people aren't cheering, just smiling, murmuring. Curious, you elbow your way forward. And there it is. A Victorian flea circus. Tiny props. Even tinier creatures. Magnifying lenses set into the box's lid. There's a tiny carousel spinning. A miniature seesaw bouncing up and down. A sign, hand-lettered in curling script, reads, Professor Gudgeon's famous micro-equestrians, 1 penny show. You pay your penny. Of course you do. Inside the box, under a warm gas lamp, the performers begin their act. One flea pulls a paper chariot. Another hops in place, perhaps annoyed by the thread looped around its midsection. A third appears to dance, though it's unclear if it's a trained step or just frantic discomfort. Still, it's mesmerizing. Insects you've spent every night cursing are now stars in a cabaret. Victorians were weirdly enchanted by these shows. What started as a novelty in German markets evolved into full-fledged traveling spectacles. By the 1850s, flea circuses could be found at country fairs, pubs, and yes, even in upscale parlors. They were bizarre status symbols, a way of saying, look at my control over chaos. Observe how I've turned discomfort into art. Historians still argue whether the fleas were genuinely trained or simply tethered in clever ways that mimicked performance. Some performers claimed they spent hours selecting only the strongest fleas, preferably females, as they lived longer. Others admitted it was all a trick. Fleas glued in place while the props moved mechanically. But enough accounts survive to suggest many of these shows used real, live, unhappily conscripted insects. And it wasn't just the tricks, it was the marketing. One circus proudly announced its newest act, the flea cannonball. No explanation. You assume the worst. You learn that Professor Gudgeon has names for them all. This here's Henrietta, he says, pointing to one dragging a cotton spool. And this lad, Wiggles, he's our strong man. Wiggles promptly tips over. The professor doesn't miss a beat. He's on holiday, he says with a bow. The crowd chuckles. You lean in for a closer look. The fleas are real, all right. You can see their legs twitch, their tiny bodies shimmering slightly in the lamplight. Someone next to you whispers, imagine being that small and still stuck working. You nod. It's oddly profound. The truth is, there was an entire flea economy. You wander away from the table and find a pamphlet in your pocket, Professor Gudgeon's souvenir guide. It includes tips on how to train your own fleas, which feels wildly optimistic. The instructions involve collecting them from your bedding, check, keeping them in a thimble, disturbing, and feeding them with your own blood. Absolutely not. The guide cheerfully recommends letting them bite the soft part of the arm or the inside of the knee. You fold the pamphlet very carefully and pretend that none of this ever happened. And yet, there's something undeniably captivating about the absurdity. That anyone would take such a hated creature and turn it into a sideshow act, it's peak Victorian eccentricity. Like having a pet vulture that sings lullabies. You pass another flea circus an hour later. This one's in a pub. The crowd's drunk. The fleas are sluggish. One seems to have escaped entirely. Nobody cares. The barman slaps his neck and continues pouring ale. Quirky note. Some flea trainers dress their performers in microscopic costumes. Seriously. Tiny velvet jackets. Minuscule top hats. There's a famous drawing in Punch magazine from 1854 of a flea in a waistcoat playing a fiddle. Completely ridiculous, almost certainly fictional. But the image stuck. The fascination with fleas wasn't just confined to circuses either. Miniature taxidermy became a strange Victorian hobby, with artists assembling flea tableaux, flea weddings, flea duels, flea coronations. Imagine spending hours gluing dead insects to a toothpick-sized throne. You think your hobbies are strange? Try crafting flea armor. Back on the street, you see a boy with a jar, selling trained fleas for a penny each. Inside, 3 tiny dots, hopping furiously. You ask if they're really trained. He shrugs. They know me. That might be the most Victorian answer possible. You pass a dressmaker shop next. In the window, lace gloves and embroidered bonnets shimmer in the weak sun. But all you can think about is fleas in top hats doing backflips on button hooks. You wonder how many times the same fleas that bit you also had stage careers. Somewhere, there's a flea memoir waiting to be written. You head home late in the afternoon, your scalp humming faintly, your mind replaying the absurdity of it all. You light a candle, sit on the edge of your bed, and shake out your coat, just in case one of the performers decided to hitch a ride. As you lie back, the scratching begins again. You sigh. Maybe tomorrow you'll open your own circus. Call it Itchapalooza. Offer season tickets. Sell popcorn. Or maybe, just maybe, you'll burn everything you own. Either way, the show will go on. You wake to a clattering outside your window. Heavy footsteps on wooden steps, buckets clanging like off-key cymbals, and the slosh of water that sounds tired. You shuffle over to the cracked pane and peek out. There she is, the laundress. One hand on her hip, the other gripping a heavy wash paddle like a sword, sleeves rolled up past elbows that have seen too many winters. Her back is curved like a question mark that's given up asking. But she's moving, like always, carrying another armful of shirts and drawers to the copper boiler behind the lodging house. You watch for a while, silently saluting her. Because here's the thing. In the war against lice and fleas, the laundresses were the unsung, overworked, and underpaid frontline soldiers. No glory, no medals, just scalded fingers and a smell that never quite washes off. She dumps the pile into the copper tub, an iron beast that hisses with steam and starts stirring. Not gently. This is not a tea ceremony. This is combat. The water inside bubbles with lye, ashes, or if she's lucky, carbolic soap shavings. Shirts churn and twist like creatures drowning. That's the point. Lice don't die politely, they cling. Eggs even more so. Boiling was the only surefire method to maybe wipe out a generation. Maybe. Historians still argue whether the average boil wash actually reached high enough temperatures to destroy lice eggs. Some claim, yes, if done long enough. Others point out that many households didn't boil for more than 10 minutes. You'd kill a few bugs, and the rest would simply regroup and lay more eggs. And the laundry itself? Oh, the laundry was a battlefield. You walk around the back of the house and see the drying lines strung across the narrow alley, pinned with everything from lace petticoats to mended socks. A gust of wind sends them flapping like surrender flags. Except they're not surrendering. They're waving defiantly, full of holes, yes, but still swinging. A shirt falls. The laundress sighs and picks it up, dusts it, hangs it again. As if the ground hadn't already claimed it as a breeding zone. You chat with her briefly. Her name's Clara. She's been boiling other people's shame for 20 years. She tells you she once pulled 14 lice from the waistband of a duke's trousers and wasn't even shocked. She's tried it all: boiled lemon peels, vinegar rinses, soap made from ashes and pig fat. She pauses. Best cure, she says, don't get 'em. You both laugh. Then she goes back to wringing. The wringers are brutal, heavy iron rollers that crush clothes and occasionally fingers. You've heard stories of girls losing fingernails, joints, even tips of their fingers to those machines. Clara's knuckles are wrapped in cloth, more bandage than glove. There's something especially tragic about washing other people's clothes, knowing they'll infest themselves again within a week. A cruel cycle. You kill the lice, send the shirt home, and they come right back, like over-friendly party guests who didn't get the hint. She says some customers give her notes. Boil twice, please. Or worse, lots this week, sorry. Others don't say a word, but the clothes speak for them. The smell, the stains, the little movements in the seams. You imagine what it's like to shake out someone's bonnet and have 6 fleas leap onto your apron, to comb through a scarf and find a writhing nest in the fringe. You wonder how many times Clara has considered setting everything on fire and walking into the sea. Some did, in a sense. Quit laundry and joined factories. Less boiling, more machines. But the itching still followed. Fleas didn't care if you made buttons or biscuits. If you wore clothes, they found a way in. There's a quiet poetry in the laundress's fight. Never ending, never winnable, but somehow noble. A kind of martyrdom, soaked in soap and sweat. She offers you a bar of something gritty. Try this, she says. Crushed lime and coal tar. Won't kill the lice, but it'll make them think twice. You take it. It smells like a chimney had an opinion. The drying line sags under the weight of wet clothes. You glance at a corset hanging there, its laces wriggling just slightly in the breeze. Or maybe not the breeze. Later that day, you spot Clara again, this time crouched beside a fire, feeding it with damp wood and muttering under her breath. The water in the copper kettle spits angrily. She stirs it with a wooden rod taller than she is. A child runs by and yells, "Lice soup." Clara doesn't flinch. "More like Lord's underpants stew," she calls back. The child howls with laughter. There's a rhythm to her work. Scrub, dunk, wring, slap, hang. Scrub, dunk, wring, slap, hang. You find it oddly soothing until you realize her hands are set, raw, red, almost skeletal. A lifetime of boiling water and harsh soap has carved rivers in her skin. You ask her if she's ever had a lice-free week. She snorts. What, in this city? Point taken. She hands you back your shirt, now stiffer, darker, and somehow smaller than before. Clean, she says, for now. You nod. That's the best anyone can promise. You carry it home like a fragile treasure, already dreading the moment it touches your skin again. Because you know, the bugs are patient, and Clara's pot isn't big enough for the whole city. You sit near your window that evening, shirt fresh from Clara's boiling cauldron, still smelling faintly of lie and victory. For now, at least, your collar is quiet. But it gets you thinking, not about laundry or vinegar, but about science. Not science as we know it. Not microscopes with sleek knobs and stainless steel trays. This is Victorian science, half discovery, half guesswork, and 100% dramatic. You pull out a worn booklet you found earlier in the week, a pamphlet titled The Microscopic World Revealed. Its edges are brown, the cover stained by something that may have once been tea or blood. Inside, a hand-drawn louse, magnified, enraged. Victorian curiosity was obsessive. Once the microscope became affordable for hobbyists in the 1830s and 40s, people began peering into every drop of pond water, every leaf vein, and yes, every bit of dandruff on their pillow. And what did they find? Monsters. The louse, under magnification, is a medieval nightmare. Spiny legs, barbed mouthparts, a body built like a prison cart. It doesn't crawl, it grapples. It doesn't suck, it pierces. One enthusiastic microscopist described it as a carnivorous boatman, paddling through follicles with evil intent. That's poetry, if you're into horror. You stare at the drawing and suppress a shiver. It's not just the idea of lice. It's that someone saw one at 200x magnification and thought, I must tell everyone immediately. And they did. Microscope demonstrations became a popular parlor activity. You'd invite guests over, offer them biscuits, then cheerfully say, would you like to see a flea's teeth? Reactions ranged from fascination to full-blown fainting. One museum in London even had a display called the Zoo Invisible, which included live lice magnified for horrified school children. Educational, yes. Also deeply traumatizing. Historians still debate whether these early microscope exhibitions increased public health awareness or just made people extra itchy without any solutions. There weren't many practical steps to take. You could identify the enemy, but you still had to boil your sheets and pray. Quirky sidebar. One naturalist reportedly became so enamored with lice anatomy that he kept a colony of them on his own leg just to watch them feed. For science. He eventually died of unrelated causes. But you suspect the lice celebrated. The real issue? The science didn't quite align with the remedies. Doctors would publish long Latin-heavy essays about the life cycle of lice, 3 stages, egg to nymph to adult, while simultaneously recommending treatments like sleeping with a raw onion on the chest or drinking chalk powder to alter the blood. You're pretty sure that's not how biology works. But then again, this was the same era when arsenic wafers were sold for complexion clarity. Some physicians, bless them, tried harder. They'd peer through the eyepiece, sketch every ridge of the louse's thorax, and then confidently prescribe mustard paste for the scalp. Because if it's strong enough to clear your sinuses, surely it can evict a few bugs, right? You visit a local apothecary to see what science looks like up close. The place is dimly lit and smells like moldy herbs and ambition. The shelves are stacked with little glass jars, each labeled in elegant, indecipherable cursive. The clerk, a man with the energy of a disappointed owl, asks what you're seeking. You say, something for lice. He doesn't blink. Just pulls out a bottle of lignum vitae extract, adds a pinch of dried elder bark, and a splash of something that smells distinctly like burnt rubber. Apply thrice daily, he murmurs, while reciting a psalm. You ask, which one? He shrugs. Whichever one feels clean. You leave with a small pouch and a large sense of doubt. But that was Victorian science in a nutshell. Equal parts observation, imagination, and blind faith. You sit back at home, flicking through the rest of your pamphlet. There's a section titled The Society of Microscopic Inquiry. Apparently, a group of amateur scientists met monthly to discuss findings and compare flea drawings. There were lectures, debates, even wine. You can just imagine the awkward toast. To the louse, may we know him, but never host him. Even Charles Darwin, in passing, commented on the extraordinary adaptability of parasites. They evolve fast. They stick around. You begin to wonder, have they outsmarted us? Or did we just never take them seriously enough? You glance around your modest room. The wooden floor, the woolen blanket, the comb resting on your washstand like a tired soldier. You've learned their enemy now, seen it in monstrous detail. That's supposed to give you power, isn't it? But it doesn't feel like power. It feels like resignation. Because here's the uncomfortable truth. Victorian science saw lice, drew them, named their parts, but it never quite defeated them. Like peering into a volcano and realizing it's still going to erupt anyway. Your scalp itches again. Of course it does. The more you learn, the itchier you get. You reach for your comb. Knowledge is comforting, but it's not the same as clean. It's wash day again. You've boiled, scrubbed, and combed, and you still itch like you've insulted a ghost. So now, like many a fellow sufferer, you decide to try something bold, something communal. You're going to a public bath. Victorian cities, London especially, were notorious for packing many people into too little space with too few taps. So public baths became the great equalizer. Places where the rich could feel pious for mingling with the poor, and the poor could pretend they were one scalding rinse away from upward mobility. You arrive at the nearest bathhouse, 2 blocks away, tucked between a pie shop and something that may or may not be an animal glue facility. The smell is a confusing blend of damp towels and pine tar with a strong undertone of still not clean. You push open the heavy wooden doors, and immediately your glasses fog up. Not because you're wearing any, but because the air is so thick with steam, it could drown a ghost. A matron behind the desk squints at you. Hot or warm? That's the choice. Hot means scalding, but short. Warm means tepid, but you get more time. Cold isn't an option. They're not monsters. You pay your coin, take a worn linen towel that smells like every towel ever used in the last decade, and head down a narrow hallway. Feet slapping, people murmuring, someone sneezing. And just like that, you're in the communal bath area. It's not glamorous. Rows of wooden cubicles line the walls, each one containing a tin tub, a hook for clothes, and a bar of soap so ancient it may remember the Napoleonic Wars. You step into your cubicle, strip down cautiously, and begin the ritual. Water first. Ladle it in from the central boiler. It comes out in fits and starts, sometimes a trickle, sometimes a splash that nearly sears your toes. You test it with your wrist. It's bearable. Barely. Then comes the soap. This one smells faintly of coal tar and sadness. You scrub yourself in jerky circles, flinching as it stings the flea bites on your thighs and the raw patches behind your knees. You can almost hear the lice mocking you. The key problem with public baths? You're not just washing your bugs away. You're washing in a tub that was used by 10 other people today. And most likely, 9 of them had something living on them too. Lice, fleas, ringworm, possibly all 3. Water is not magic. It's just water. Historians still argue whether public baths helped reduce infestations or just moved the bugs around. Some suggest lice drowned easily. Others claim they could hold their breath longer than a monk. Either way, if you shared soap or a towel, you were playing hygiene roulette. You look at the towel hanging nearby. It's thin, frayed, and slightly damp before you touch it. You hesitate, but what else can you do? You wrap it around yourself and step back out, trying not to make eye contact with the man in the next cubicle who's currently shaving his armpits with a straight razor. He grunts in greeting. There's a peculiar intimacy to public bathing. You learn things about strangers without speaking. Who's ticklish? who scratches, who sings under their breath, who pretends they're alone, and who is, unfortunately, very clearly not lice-free. A young woman is brushing out her hair near the shared mirror. You notice her carefully inspecting the strands. She sees you looking and shrugs. "To today," she says, holding up a louse between thumb and forefinger. "Better than Tuesday." You nod, politely horrified. Quirky detail. Many bathhouses installed metal comb cleaning stations, basically hot sand or ashes in shallow bowls. People would scrape their night combs across the surface, the tiny bodies crackling like twigs in a fire. Satisfying, morbid, necessary. In wealthier neighborhoods, the public baths had attendants, men in waistcoats or women in caps, who'd offer to scrub your back for a tip. You decline. The idea of letting someone else see your flea bites feels somehow more vulnerable than the fleas themselves. There's also the delousing room, a grim little chamber near the rear of the bathhouse. You glance inside on your way out. A chair, a curtain, and a small pot of something that smells like sulfur and vengeance. A boy sits there, eyes watering, while an attendant combs through his scalp with the efficiency of someone who's done this too many times. Another bathgoer leans over and says, "Don't sit on the benches in there. Last time I left with more than I came in with." You thank him and leave quickly. By the time you return to the changing area, your skin is pink, your fingers are pruny, and your towel has taken on a new, unsettling scent that may or may not be someone else's shampoo. Still, for the briefest moment, you feel clean, almost new. Your scalp doesn't itch. Your underarms don't crawl. Your waistband is suspiciously quiet. You dress, walk outside into the foggy evening, and inhale deeply. It smells like coal smoke and maybe pie. Everything's back to normal. Until halfway down the block, something hops. You look down. There it is. A flea. On your freshly washed cuff, cheerfully bouncing as if to say, "Miss me?" You flick it away with a groan. The worst part? It probably came from the towel. And yet, you'll be back next week, because as unclean as public baths might be, they're still better than nothing. And they gave you what you desperately needed. The illusion, however brief, of being uncontaminated. And sometimes, in Victorian London, that illusion was all you could hope for. You're standing outside a dressmaker's window now, hypnotized by a crinoline swaying ever so slightly in the breeze. Layers upon layers of pleated muslin billow, like a pastry gone mad. It looks elegant, even dreamy. Until you remember, every single ruffle is a possible lice resort and flea condo. Victorian fashion wasn't just elaborate. It was a multi-tiered bug haven. As you step inside the shop, a small bell rings. The air smells faintly of starch, perfume, and ambition. Bolts of fabric line the walls. A young seamstress at the counter greets you with a quick smile, but her hands never stop sewing. She's threading ribbons through a bonnet so intricately it may as well be a textile maze. And somewhere in that bonnet, you suspect, a louse is having brunch. Let's be honest, if you were designing clothing for insects, you'd invent the Victorian wardrobe. Corsets, petticoats, bustles, chemises, bloomers, bodices, capes, bonnets, gloves, stockings, garters, collars, cuffs, all stacked, layered, pleated, and buttoned. It's less of an outfit, more of a multi-roomed estate. You try on a coat, heavy wool, tight at the waist, with a high collar that tickles your jaw. It's warm, too warm. Which is great if you're a cold-blooded parasite looking to settle down and start a family. Historians still debate whether Victorian fashion actually caused higher infestation rates or if it just provided better hiding places for what would have happened anyway. But one thing is clear. The more layers you wore, the less chance you had of feeling that first itch in time. Quirky aside, some ladies actually carried flea sticks, delicate little rods disguised as parasol handles, used to subtly poke and scratch without disturbing the silhouette of their gowns. They called it discreet grooming. You call it insect denial. The dressmaker shows you a new design, an under petticoat stitched with tiny lavender sachets. Keeps the smell pleasant, she says. Maybe keeps the lice out. You nod, even though you're 90% sure the lice just think it's scented housing. She tells you about a client who once brought in a skirt so riddled with fleas that they jumped out of the fabric during fitting. Like fireworks, she says with a grim smile. We had to steam the entire room. That's another tool of the trade, steam. Some seamstresses would hover garments over boiling kettles to kill off invisible squatters. But you'd have to do it before you wore the dress. After that, the bugs had squatters' rights. You walk through rows of hanging garments, each swishing softly, the cloth whispering secrets of all the people who've tried them on. You imagine a lady in high society, dressed to the nines, sipping tea in a drawing room, while a flea navigates the labyrinth beneath her skirt. You picture a gentleman adjusting his starched cravat, while something tiny and determined journeys from shirt collar to chest hair. He smiles at his hostess, unaware he's become a transit system. This wasn't just limited to the wealthy, of course. Working class clothing, cheaper, rougher, and washed less frequently, had its own infestations. But at least there were fewer layers to hide in. A chimney sweep's trousers might be grimy, but the bugs had less square footage. And then there were wigs. Though no longer as ubiquitous as in the Georgian era, wigs still made appearances on judges, actors, and the fashion-forward. The problem? They were fantastic louse habitats, dense, often reused, rarely washed. The perfect jungle gym for bugs. You step into the back of the shop where older garments hang, consignment dresses, cast-offs, and donations. The smell is richer, more lived in. The shop assistant tells you these are cleaned thoroughly, which, in Victorian terms, means someone once shook them out behind the building and whispered a prayer. You brush your hand against a velvet cloak. Something shifts in the hem. You withdraw your hand. Fast. In a moment of honesty, the assistant says, sometimes we get return customers. Not for the tailoring, for the bugs. They swear the fleas follow them home in the lining. You suddenly understand why so many Victorians wore gloves indoors. Not for warmth, not for fashion, but because the fewer parts of your body that touched your own clothes, the better. One popular garment was the tea gown, a looser, simpler dress meant to be worn at home. Easier to clean, fewer folds, less risk of harboring surprises, but you had to sacrifice style. And for many, appearance was worth a few bites. In one 1859 letter, a socialite writes, "The discomfort I endure from these little beasts is nothing compared to the discomfort of appearing plain." That's dedication or delusion. You try on a scarf. Silk. Smooth. Light. It brushes against your neck and feels almost modern. But you've learned by now. Never trust a scarf, especially one that's been hanging near wool. You think back to the fashion illustrations in Victorian magazines. Ladies posed like statues, necks elongated, fingers delicate. dresses vast enough to hide furniture. What the sketches never show. The discreet hand scratching beneath the lace, the silent twitch of a shoulder blade, the inward scream of a corset-clad woman who's just felt something move. You thank the seamstress and leave with your hands firmly in your coat pockets. The fog greets you like an old friend. You walk home, coat swishing, scarf tight, and mind full of images. A flea in a hoop skirt, a louse navigating a satin ribbon, a tickled armpit in a six-piece suit. At home, you strip down with surgical precision and shake out every item of clothing like a suspicious diplomat. Nothing visible. But then again, it's never visible. Not at first. You hang your coat, then scratch your back, then your hip. Fashion is fleeting, but infestations, those are eternal. It's just after dawn, and the streets are unusually quiet, except for a dull shuff. Scrape, shuff, scrape echoing down the alley. You lean out your window and spot them. The street sweepers. 3 of them, moving like weary ghosts in matching soot-colored coats, pushing heavy brooms through yesterday's detritus. Rotten turnips, bits of newspaper, one very flattened rat, and in every corner, every crack, every sooty puddle, a population of tiny hitchhikers stirred up by the scraping of bristles. You watch as one sweeper pauses to rub his shin vigorously. You know that rub. It's the classic flea shuffle. The other guy near him does the same, casually stamping his boot like he's performing an old dance, which he is. The itchy worker's waltz. Street sweepers in Victorian cities had the worst luck. They worked outside, near animals, trash, and constant foot traffic, which meant they weren't just cleaning up the city. They were catching its entire parasite ecosystem in the bristles of their brooms. The brooms themselves? Made of stiff straw or bundled twigs, rarely washed, and often passed from worker to worker. Some sweepers swore you could see things crawling in the broom, not just on the ground. Others tried burning the bristles weekly, though that just led to singed fingers and minimal impact. Historians still debate whether the city's infestation levels actually worsened after street sweeping due to fleas and lice being stirred into the air. One theory claims that clouds of flea-infested dust rose up during morning cleanings and settled onto people's collars and cuffs like powdered misery. You've felt it, haven't you? That street air stickiness after rain and carriage wheels. The way it clings to your boots and creeps up your legs. Now imagine it crawling. You step outside, carefully avoiding the wet patches and anything that looks vaguely alive. The sweepers nod at you, but don't stop. There's too much to do. The sweep goes on all day. One of them, a man with a thick beard and tired eyes, coughs and scratches the back of his neck simultaneously. Can't ever tell, he mutters to the others. Is it the bugs or just nerves? Probably both. You follow them for a few blocks, watching as they push trash into gutters where it'll wait for rain to carry it to the Thames. You pause when one man swats at his knee, then reaches down to his sock. He pulls it back, checks it, mutters something you don't catch, then slaps the broom harder against the curb. That's how they do it. Use the broom to stir up the fleas, then chase them off themselves. It's a dance, a fight, a job. One quirky practice among sweepers was to soak their socks and shirt collars in kerosene or turpentine before work. Not to wash them, just to warn off the insects. Did it work? Briefly. Until the bugs got used to it, or the fumes knocked out the humans first. Another trick, keeping a pet ferret. Yes, really. Ferrets were thought to deter rats, partly true, and attract fleas away from people, very not true. One sweeper even gave his ferret a name, Lady Pickles. She rode in his coat. She scratched a lot. You keep walking and notice where the sweepers pass. The bugs don't vanish. They relocate. A group of children playing in the road suddenly burst into a frenzy of scratching. One girl lifts her skirt slightly and hops on one foot, yelping. "They're in my drawers," she shouts. You make a note to never sit on the curb again. Not that you ever really considered it. You reach a busier part of town where the sweepers are joined by dustmen, the men who collect the ash, soot, and refuse from homes and businesses. You see them lifting bins, shaking out rugs, and occasionally coughing up half a lung. They itch too. Everyone does. One dustman shows off a bite on his arm. "Looks like a map of Cornwall," he says proudly. The others laugh. You don't. It's accurate. Some sweepers had their own folk. Remedies? Hanging a dried toad's foot in your coat, tying a string of garlic around your ankle, or whispering curses in Latin before starting work. You ask if any of it helps. One shrugs. Maybe. Or maybe they just like me. By midday, the sweepers are sweating through their coats, red-faced and twitchy. Their hands are black from soot. Their wrists bear the signature scabs of constant scratching. One man lifts his cap, revealing a scalp that looks like it's lost more battles than it's won. "I washed last week," he says to no one. "Didn't help. Think they've unionized." You pass by a tea cart and buy 2 cups. You offer one to the man. He thanks you, scratching absently at his ribs as he drinks. You chat a bit more. He tells you he's been sweeping the same streets for 12 years. Says the bugs are worse near butcher shops and stables. He claims he once saw a rat so full of fleas it looked like it was wearing a fuzzy coat. "Did you kill it?" you ask. He shakes his head. "No need. It died on its own. Probably couldn't take the itching." You part ways. He goes back to scraping the city clean with a broom that's more parasite than tool. You head home, already feeling the phantom crawl of invisible legs on your calves. Back at your lodging, you take off your coat and inspect it in the fading light. A speck on the hem. A twitch on the sleeve. Of course, you change clothes. Again. You hang your coat by the fire and wonder if any of the sweepers will ever get ahead of the infestation. Or if they're just pushing bugs in circles, like Sisyphus with a broom. Because that's the real plague, isn't it? Not the bugs, but the endless cycle. Sweep, scratch, boil, repeat. You wake to the sound of rain, not a gentle drizzle, but the full, soggy slap of water against windows and rooftops. A rhythmic splitch. Splitch, splash that feels almost mocking. You wrap a shawl around your shoulders and listen as carts rattle over slick cobblestones. Somewhere down the street, a woman curses as her umbrella turns inside out. London, in the rain, smells like soot, damp wool, and something vaguely fungal. And just as you're adjusting to the miserable charm of it, a thought bubbles up in your brain like a flea in a steam kettle. If it's this bad here, what was it like everywhere else? Because fleas and lice didn't stay local. No, they were world travelers, catching steamships and trains, sneaking into boots and bodices, leaving London with every letter of empire. You sip yesterday's tea and stare at a faded map pinned to your wall. British colonies stretched across Africa, India, the Caribbean, and Australia. And wherever humans went in those days, their uninvited passengers went too. Itchy abroad, fleas and lice on tour. You imagine a British officer stepping off a ship in Calcutta, perfectly dressed in a linen suit tailored back in foggy Soho, crisp hat, polished shoes, and 1,000 lice packed like cargo under his collar. And that's just the beginning. Historians still argue whether the lice outbreaks in colonial outposts came from the locals, the settlers, or a delightful collaboration between both. But what's certain is this: no climate stopped them. You could boil, freeze, or perfume yourself into a stupor. If you had a pulse, you were on the menu. In tropical areas, fleas thrived. High humidity meant more sweat, more cloth sticking to skin, and more spaces for insects to call home. You read stories of colonial administrators in India complaining that they had to shake out their boots every morning, not just for scorpions, but for fleas. Boot fleas. That's a horror you didn't need today. You wander to a local archive and flip through shipping records and travelogues. There's a diary entry from a missionary in Nigeria who writes, "The Lord has given us many trials, but none scratch so persistently as these lice. I suspect they pray with us." Then there's the soldier in South Africa who swore his regiment's lice became more organized than the command. He tried to treat them by lying naked in the sun for 2 hours. He got burned. The lice, according to his journal, seemed amused. Back home, Victorian families received letters from relatives abroad, ink smudged and itchy. Some included laundry lists of ailments: fever, boils, homesickness, and persistent scalp parasites of a colonial variety. You wonder what that means. Probably the same lice, just better tanned. You picture a fleet of ships leaving port, flags fluttering, captains saluting, and deep below deck, in the woolen socks of a midshipman, a future flea infestation preparing for conquest. It wasn't just soldiers and missionaries. Tourists, merchants, and colonial governors all brought their own biohazards with them. And they didn't just spread lice, they learned new remedies too. One quirky account describes a French plantation overseer in the Caribbean who treated lice with crushed banana peel and rum. Did it work? Number. But it made for a festive scalp. Another traveler in Egypt tried bathing in milk to soothe the inflammation. He smelled terrible for a week and still itched like a haystack. Some households in tropical colonies trained their house staff to perform daily knit inspections. One British woman in India wrote, "I sit beneath the mango tree as Mary combs my scalp. We sing hymns to distract from the squishing." You sigh. It's all a bit colonial and cringy, but undeniably itchy. Even in colder places, Canada for instance, lice made themselves at home. Fur-lined coats, shared bedding, and long winters meant more scratching and less relief. One Canadian gold prospector claimed his lice huddled for warmth and knew the smell of whiskey. You have questions, but none that will make you feel better. The real spreaders, though: trains. Once railway lines linked cities and colonies, the bugs had free transit. Carriages packed with wool blankets, travelers in heavy coats, seats that never got cleaned. It's a flea's dream. A moving, vibrating, blood buffet. You return home and sit at your desk, suddenly aware that your own chair has likely hosted a long line of rear ends. You scratch instinctively, of course. And then, the real kicker: hospitals. Colonial medical stations, designed to treat fevers, burns, and tropical diseases, often became flea palaces. The beds were shared. The sheets were rotated too slowly, and the patients brought in more than symptoms. One doctor in Burma noted that scratching was a more common sound than prayer or weeping. He tried disinfecting the cots with kerosene, The patients thanked him, then kept scratching. Some colonial officers developed uniform protocols, special orders for laundering, combing, and even shaving heads before travel. But most were ignored. Pride came before lice. You imagine an empire built on wool and arrogance, stretching its arms across the globe, and beneath every neatly pressed uniform, an ecosystem of chaos, scratching, and silent complaints. At night, the lice didn't care about national borders. They just needed warmth, cloth, blood, and someone too polite to scream during dinner. You lie down on your bed again, blanket tucked tightly, imagining those little creatures doing the grand tour, hopping from continent to continent in boots and bonnets, settling in new lands and starting little families in the hems of trousers. Victorian expansionism wasn't just about power, it was about parasites. The crown may have ruled the waves, but fleas ruled the wardrobes. And tonight, one of them may be preparing to bite you on the ankle in the name of global ambition. Evening finds you in the heart of Mayfair, strolling past polished lampposts and carriages gleaming like beetle shells under the gaslight. The houses here are tall and smug, their facades a crisp white, their curtains drawn just enough to suggest elegance without revealing the mess behind. You pause outside a townhouse where music seeps through the walls. Piano, maybe a string quartet, and the occasional genteel giggle. Inside, the upper crust of Victorian society, dressed in taffeta and silk, sipping punch, comparing scandals, and, if you listen closely, scratching. Because here's the dirty truth. Even high society itched. All those gowns, gloves, and powdered bosoms couldn't stop lice. Every salon, every drawing room, every opera box had its share of quiet discomfort. Parasites didn't care about titles, and no amount of lace could muffle the sound of someone awkwardly adjusting their corset to ease a crawl. You make your way inside one such soiree, stepping through a marble foyer that smells faintly of beeswax and rosewater. A footman takes your coat with the grace of someone who's trying not to show you he's got a welt the size of a shilling on his neck. The drawing room is a sea of elegance, feathered fans, velvet waistcoats, brooches sparkling like smug little galaxies. You scan the room. There, an earl discreetly rubbing his temple with the corner of a silk handkerchief. A baroness patting her neck just a little too often. One woman adjusts her gloves, and you spot it, the lightest twitch of her shoulder, the subtle, practiced flick of the wrist. She's had practice. They all have. Historians still debate whether the upper class truly suffered as much from lice and fleas as the poor, or if they just had better furniture to sit uncomfortably on. But journals and letters paint a vivid, itchy picture. Ladies wrote of faint, maddening tingles beneath the collar and a sensation of unseen invasion. You know what that is? It's a louse with ambition. One fringe account tells of a duchess in Yorkshire who held weekly knit parties. Guests were invited to bring their combs, gather by the fire, and groom each other while sipping brandy. She called it social delousing. No one dared say no. It was too fashionable. You spot a man leaning against the fireplace, his mustache twitching ever so slightly. Not from emotion. No. That's a flea burrowed into the waxed ends. He excuses himself and heads to the lavatory. He'll be back with a redder face and one less insect, probably. Evening gowns didn't help. The layered skirts, tight waists, and heavy materials were perfect for parasite concealment. And changing outfits 3 times a day just meant giving your lice a new floor plan. Gentlemen weren't spared either. Their cravats, gloves, and brocade jackets trapped heat and body oils like gourmet traps. And those powdered wigs, still worn by some for ceremonial flair, were microcosmic nightmares. Fleas in wigs, lice in sideburns, bedbugs in upholstery, an entire insect kingdom humming beneath the veneer of civility. One notable medical advisor to the Queen wrote in a private note that Her Majesty's upholstery must be treated twice a month to discourage minor kingdoms. What did that mean? Probably fumigation, possibly flame. Either way, the phrase minor kingdoms haunts you. You cross the room and overhear a whispered conversation between two ladies discussing a recent dinner party. Not the food, not the gossip, but the furniture. Can't sit on velvet anymore, one says, sipping her punch. It harbors things. The other nods. Woke up itching. It was that divan, I swear. They clink glasses in solidarity. You imagine the absurdity of it, wealthy aristocrats, hosts of elegant balls, draped in imported silks, all discreetly battling bugs. And the servants? They had it worse. They cleaned the chairs. They aired the drapes. They laundered the gowns and took home the fleas. Quirky sidebar. Some hostesses began sprinkling carbolic powder on upholstered chairs before events. It smelled like antiseptic hell, but it was thought to ward off bugs. Guests would sit down, sniff, and try not to choke. Other innovations included flea skirts, petticoats with thick hems soaked in herbs and vinegar, meant to trap or repel the little hoppers. Sometimes they were even embroidered with symbols meant to curse parasites away. A nice blend of science and superstition. You pause near a sofa, eyeing the tapestry fabric. Looks clean. Smells like lavender. You sit, instantly regret it. A flicker at your ankle, a tingle on your lower back. You stand up, smile, nod politely. Begin a casual lap around the room while subtly patting your hip. Even the most posh events had to reckon with the epidemic of etiquette versus infestation. You couldn't swat a flea during a waltz. You couldn't shriek during supper. You simply smiled, adjusted your gloves, and hoped no one noticed the twitching. Some did. A minor scandal once erupted when a viscount's wife scratched herself so violently during a piano recital that she knocked over a candlestick. The wax ruined a rug. The lice, however, remained undefeated. You take one more sweep of the room and catch the butler scratching discreetly behind the silver punch bowl. He sees you see him. You both nod. Mutual understanding. Back home, you unbutton your coat slowly, carefully, brushing it off before hanging it. Just in case you brought any tiny socialites home with you, you scratch your shoulder. Once, then again. So much for Mayfair manners. Turns out, lice don't curtsy. Fleas don't recognize titles. And no one in high society ever really sits comfortably. You wake in the night, throat dry, scalp itching again, and a growing suspicion that someone or something is chewing gently on your left calf. You slap the spot, roll over, and groan into your pillow. You need help. Real help. So in the murky light of early morning, you resolve to do what any desperate Victorian would: see a doctor. Not that you expect much, because if history has taught you anything, it's this: the doctor is confused and useless. You shuffle through the fog toward the apothecary's surgery, the door marked by a swinging shingle with a mortar and pestle etched in fading paint. Inside, it smells like vinegar, peppermint oil, and crushed optimism. Shelves line the walls, stocked with dark glass bottles, labeled in unreadable Latin and wishful thinking. The doctor, Dr. Prindle, is already at his desk, hunched over something that looks suspiciously like a dried squirrel. He glances up, adjusts his spectacles, and gestures you in with ink-stained fingers. You explain your symptoms. Persistent itching, visible lice, flea bites on your shins, and that terrible moment 2 nights ago when you found a bug on your eyebrow while eating stew. His expression never changes. He simply nods. "Ah, yes," he says in a low, gravelly voice. The crawling complaint. You wait. Silence. Then, could be nerves, could be humors, could be spirits. Wonderful. Victorian medicine was a fascinating blend of real science, guesswork, and mythology held together by twine, brandy, and a deep fear of invisible forces. Parasites were technically known by this point. Lice had been drawn, studied, even named, but treatment lagged behind discovery by decades. Some doctors believed lice were caused by unclean, living. Others blamed moral decay. Some insisted they were simply spontaneous, like mushrooms, but angrier. Dr. Prindle opens a drawer and pulls out a small tin labeled Unguentum Mercuri, mercury ointment. Rub this into your scalp, he says. Don't get it in your eyes, or mouth, or lungs. You smile weakly. Isn't mercury poisonous? He shrugs. Only if you're greedy with it. Historians still argue whether doctors truly believed mercury and arsenic were safe, or if they simply had nothing better to offer. Either way, many Victorians rubbed heavy metals into their skin and hoped for a miracle. Some got relief. Others got tremors, hallucinations, and a lingering taste of metal for the rest of their lives. Next, the doctor suggests camphor oil. You're relieved until he opens the bottle, and the fumes nearly knock you off your stool. It smells like turpentine having a nervous breakdown. Rub it on your temples, he says. It confuses them. You raise an eyebrow. Confuses the lice? He nods solemnly. Or yourself. Either way, you'll stop scratching. You're beginning to suspect he's just inventing things. Then comes the strangest recommendation of all. Fumigation. He writes on a scrap of paper. Sit in a sealed room with burning sulfur for no fewer than 15 minutes. Emerge cautiously. You ask if this is safe. No, he says, but thorough. You pay your shilling and walk out with a paper bag full of hope and despair. The instructions read like a witch's potion. Apply mercury, inhale sulfur, avoid eye contact with mirrors. You pass a chemist's window and pause to look inside. On display, jars of carbolic acid, powdered rhubarb root, and something called vermifuge for ladies. You don't ask. Across the street, a small crowd gathers near another doctor's office. Word is, he's using electricity to treat lice. You peek through the door and see a patient sitting in a chair, metal rods strapped to his temples, while the doctor turns a crank connected to a battery. The patient jerks like a marionette. The doctor beams. This will shock the vermin clean out of you, he announces. You leave before someone catches fire. Back home, you decide to try Dr. Prindle's sulfur treatment in the smallest room you have, your pantry. You hang a towel under the door, light the dish of sulfur, and wait. 15 minutes later, your eyes are watering, your tongue is numb, and the ceiling appears to be gently melting. You crawl out, gasping, and collapse onto the floorboards. Did it work? Well, your scalp still itches, but you're too dazed to care. Quirky note. Some doctors suggested dietary changes to fend off lice. Avoid sweets, they said. Eat bitter herbs. One even prescribed boiled cabbage and raw garlic twice daily until your aroma discourages infestation. It worked, in that no one came near you ever again. You flick through an old medical journal found in the hallway. A sketch shows a man in a metal cage labeled lice vacuum. The idea? heat the man's body until the bugs fled into the machine. No one survived that treatment twice. Doctors also experimented with alcohol rubs, plaster caps, and even leeches, not for lice, exactly, but because someone thought the itching might be caused by overactive blood. One woman was treated with leeches on her scalp. Her hair never recovered, neither did her opinion of science. You lie back on your cot and exhale. Your skin smells like camphor and regret. Your eyes sting from sulfur. Your scalp feels both numb and weirdly alert. You might be poisoning yourself. But hey, at least it's not boring. That's the cruel paradox. Victorian medicine made you feel like you were doing something, even if that something was slowly turning your nervous system into porridge. You scratch your wrist, then your neck. Then you reach for the mercury ointment. One more rub won't hurt, right? Right? By now, you've tried vinegar, tar mercury, steam, boiling, combing, cursing, crying, and possibly mild hallucination. You've endured flea circuses, flea colonies, flea riots, and a full frontal knit assault that left your scalp as raw as your pride. And still, they come. But then, something shifts. Not in your scalp. In the city. It's subtle at first. A clean smell on the breeze. Or at least, less sewage. A few more soap advertisements plastered to the bricks. Someone scrubbing a step with serious intent. Not just the usual splash and hope approach. You hear whispers of a new movement. A quiet rebellion. Not against the monarchy. Not against chimney soot. But against the plague that never made headlines. Filth. You're witnessing the slow, awkward birth of sanitary reform. At first, it looks like civic pride. A few new public bathhouses open, not just the boiling room panic boxes of before, but larger ones, with tiled floors, real soap, and separate towels. Posters appear in shop windows. Clean homes for clean minds. Soap is patriotic. Even your neighbor, the grumpy one who once tried to kill a louse with a matchstick, is now airing her sheets in the sun like it's a religious ritual. You ask what changed. Saw the inspector, she says. Said there's rules now. Rules, indeed. Municipal councils, pushed by campaigners, doctors, and angry mothers, have started to take hygiene seriously. And not just for fleas and lice. For the whole urban miasma. One reformer, Edwin Chadwick, has written endlessly about the connection between filth and disease. He's more concerned about cholera and typhus than lice, but the idea is spreading. Clean equals safe. Historians still argue whether lice and flea infestations directly prompted sanitary reform or were just unfortunate passengers on the greater hygiene crusade. But one thing's clear. By the mid to late 1800s, people were being told that filth wasn't just impolite, it was dangerous. You hear about a family down the street who had their bedding confiscated by a public health inspector. Something about visible vermin. Another woman is fined for dumping slop too close to a shared wall. A man who hadn't washed in a month is kicked off a train car. Progress. You walk past a church handing out flyers. How to disinfect with dignity. The pamphlet includes helpful steps. Boil clothing once a week. Brush hair daily. Burn bedding if infested. Refrain from scratching in public unless absolutely necessary. Quirky detail. Some city councils began issuing public lye rations, a government-endorsed soap initiative. You could pick up a hunk at the town hall, 1 block per household. Smelled like melted pennies, but hey, it lathered. And then there's the soap marketing boom. Posters everywhere. Glamorous women holding bars of Imperial Cleanser. Rugged men smiling through foamy beards. Slogans like Scrub for Empire or only the unwashed host parasites. The guilt trip is real. You feel it. You buy soap. The new brands are aggressive. Dr. Fitch's parasite paste, Lily's lather for lady locks, Mr. Rude's head dust, all promise to kill lice, refresh the soul, and make you smell like an angel's napkin. You try one. It stings. You use it anyway. In wealthier homes, you hear that entire rooms are now dedicated to cleanliness. Tiled washrooms with copper tubs, linen closets with built-in airing racks, windows that actually open. The word ventilation becomes fashionable. People brag about it at dinner parties. "Oh, we've installed a fresh air funnel," someone boasts. Only the newest model. Very modern. You still live in a one-room flat? Your version of ventilation is the hole you kicked in the wall during a flea panic. But you're inspired nonetheless. You go home and air everything. Your coat, your blanket, your scarf. You hang your boots from a nail and hope the bugs inside feel unappreciated. Even the street sweepers are looking more official, now part of a broader effort called the Cleansing Division. Their uniforms are cleaner. Their brooms longer. They're not just pushing muck. They're part of a public health revolution. You chat with one. He says they're told to report signs of infestation now. If you see kids scratching too much on one side of the street, he says, might be a house full of the little beggars. You ask if anything's actually changed. He nods. Not all at once. But we see more folks boiling, more folks scrubbing doorsteps. Less fleas, fewer rats. Still lice, though. Always lice. He scratches his chin thoughtfully. The newspapers get involved. Editorials call for national hygiene. Pamphlets declare that cleanliness is next to Britishness. You don't know what that means exactly, but it sells. One reformer stands up in Parliament and declares, what we need is not just soap in the basin, but soap in the soul. You roll your eyes, but you also buy more soap. Doctors, finally catching up, begin offering real treatments, safer combs, carbolic solutions, scalp salves without arsenic. You visit Dr. Prindle again. He seems flustered, almost annoyed that his mercury days are behind him. I suppose, he grumbles, handing you a box of sulfur powder. This is safer. He tells you about the Public Health Act of 1875, a real turning point. It enforced sanitation standards, required proper waste disposal, and, though lice aren't named directly, definitely made it harder for them to throw citywide festivals. Of course, the bugs don't vanish. You still scratch. So does your neighbor. So does the vicar. But something's different. You're fighting smarter now, not just with vinegar and fury, but with city regulations, government soap, and public education. A teacher at the local school even holds a knit week with drawings of lice and flea anatomy. The kids are horrified. One faints. But they learn. They comb. You sit that evening by your window, watching laundry flutter on nearby lines like little white flags in a war that's finally shifting. You're still itchy. But you're also hopeful. And in Victorian London, that's new. It's morning again. Cool, damp, and suspiciously quiet. No street cries. No barking. No clatter of tin buckets down stone steps. Just the whisper of wind threading through the alleyways and the far-off whistle of a train. You open your eyes, waiting for the now familiar prickle of discomfort. And nothing. No itch. No squirming panic. Not even that phantom sensation you've come to interpret as your scalp's passive-aggressive sigh. You sit up slowly, brushing a hand across your neck. Still nothing. You stare at your pillow, expecting movement. There isn't any. You get dressed with cautious optimism. Your shirt still smells faintly of carbolic soap. Your coat, aired and brushed, no longer writhes when disturbed. Even your boots, hung from that nail in the wall, seem less traitorous. Could it be? Out on the street, the mood is subtle but distinct. Lighter. There's a rhythm to the city that feels, dare you say, almost confident. Not clean. No, never clean. But trying. You pass a group of children with tidy hair, actual ribbons, and suspiciously few itches. Their teacher is reading aloud from a book about hygiene, though one boy is clearly just daydreaming about dinner. But still, they're seated on clean benches. That counts. Further along, the public bathhouse now has a sign posted outside. Shared towels strictly prohibited. Comb rental available. No biting. Progress. Even the laundress, Clara, looks different today. Tired. Yes, always tired. But with a new apron and a stack of freshly scrubbed linen draped over her arm like a trophy. She waves at you with one hand and brandishes a bar of soap like a sword with the other. Still itch? She calls. You shake your head. She grins. You're welcome. In the wealthier neighborhoods, you see flower boxes on windowsills, not just for show, but stuffed with insect-repelling herbs like pennyroyal and wormwood. Decorative warfare. A lady in lace walks past holding a parasol and scratching absolutely nothing. Miraculous. You think of the empire, how it stretched so far, how it exported lace, tea, and railroads, and also fleas. But now, perhaps for the first time, it's exporting something else. Soap. Not fancy, not perfect, but real. Public health inspectors now roam the streets, clipboards in hand, peering into alleyways and behind bakeries. No longer just judging, but educating. One even stops a boy and gives him a comb. Politely. The boy mutters thanks and scampers off. You stop by Dr. Prindle's one last time. He looks surprised to see you. Then even more surprised when you report that you feel better. No crawling? No itching? You shake your head. He leans back and strokes his chin. Well, he mutters, must be the sulfur. It definitely wasn't the sulfur. He scribbles something in a notebook, titled Cases of Curiosity, and offers you a hard, sulfur-smelling lozenge for the road. You decline, politely. Still, the good doctor has changed. His office smells less like despair now, and more like disinfectant and chalk dust. He even installed a basin with running water. Cold only, but it's a start. You wander home through streets that once teemed with vermin and tension. There are still shadows. There are still rats. A flea or two still hops from horse to curb. But it's different now. Controlled, watched, fought. The lice haven't disappeared. Not truly. They never do. They just retreat, underground, under fabric, into the quiet folds of modernity. And that's perhaps the most Victorian end of all. Not a grand cure, not a heroic last stand, just a long, uneven, slightly soapy fade out. Now the street's quiet. The lamps flicker low as soot settles in soft layers along the windowsills. Carriages fade into the mist. Somewhere, far off, a single bell tolls. Not urgently, just rhythmically, like the city breathing in its sleep. You sit at the edge of your bed, hands still, clothes clean, at least for now. The room is warm. The fire hums in the grate. And outside, a breeze stirs the laundry lines like white sails drifting slowly out to sea. You've walked through foggy alleys, past flea circuses and lye-splashed doorsteps. You've scratched, winced, boiled, and despaired. And somehow, you've made it through. Still a little itchy, perhaps, but more aware. Sharper. quietly triumphant. The lice haven't vanished. The fleas haven't packed up and left. They're still here, hiding in seams and histories, waiting for buttons to loosen and vigilance to fade. But for tonight, you're okay. The blanket rests lightly on your chest. Your fingers no longer twitch. You've earned this moment, this quiet, stubborn peace. Somewhere, a laundress hums as she folds the last shirt. A street sweeper leans on his broom and watches the gaslight dim. And a doctor in a dusty office mutters something about sulfur and finally blows out his candle. London sleeps. You lie back, letting the calm settle around your shoulders like a fresh sheet. No scurrying, no rustling, just the soft hush of a city that for once isn't scratching. Sleep well.